Chapter 1138. Even Xiajuyo was stunned for a moment before he seemed to recall something. He looked at Emergence Mavis fearfully. Obscurus had been manipulated, an innate gift of the Mavis family. Emergence Mavis' eyes returned to normal, and she looked at Obscurus with a serious expression. Obscurus narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He had actually been manipulated. Obscurus was shocked, but so was Emergence Mavis. She had thought that she could control Obscurus for a longer period of time, but it had only lasted for an instant. Obscurus was indeed powerful and qualified to fight against her. The black coffin sealed Ling Gong, but there were no spikes like when he had sealed Emergence Mavis. Obscurus immediately dispelled the black coffin technique, causing Ling Gong to fall. Although Obscurus had not used the full power of the secret technique like he had against Emergence Mavis, Ling Gong had still been heavily injured. The star energy armor that covered her body shattered, revealing a pure and cute face. Many people were stunned as they stared at Ling Gong. The White Knight of the 10 Arbiters was actually a woman. At this moment even Obscurus, Xianxia, Lanxi and the rest were all staring at Ling Gong. They knew that Ling Gong was a woman, but they had not expected her to be so cute. Pure. This was a White Knight. It did not match the image of a knight. Below, Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had been exposed and he did not know why, but he felt that it was a pity. It was as if his secret had been exposed and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Xiajuyo looked at Ling Gong in amazement. I never thought that you would look so pure. Ling Gong gritted her teeth and reformed her star energy armor. She then glared at Obscurus and stabbed her spear at Xiajuyo. Nonsense. On the other side, Starsabil glanced at Xianxia and then rushed towards Xiajuyo. Ling Gong looked fine on the surface, but in reality he had been heavily injured. The secret technique was not easy to endure, so Xiajuyo could only leave it to her. Seeing Starsabil approach, Xiajuyo immediately gave up on Ling Gong and faced her. It's time to settle our grudges. Then let's settle it. Starsabil's tone was cold. She then looked at Ling Gong. Go help Xianxia. The Innerverse must become one of the 5 astral children. Ling Gong did not move and instead looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Starsabil frowned, but she also felt somewhat helpless. The 10 Arbiters were all like this and they all wanted to save face. She suddenly thought of Lu Yin as he was a more practical person. Unfortunately, if he had also broken through to the Enlighter realm, then the battle situation would have been completely different. Without Starsabil's help, Qiushi used all of her strength to suppress Xianxia. Serious swordsmanship was enough to break through all of Xianxia's attacks, and the literary prison was similarly unable to trap her. Xianxia was in imminent danger. Below Lanxi sighed. This should have happened a long time ago. Xianxia doesn't need anyone's help. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Lanxi's words. What did you mean when you said that Xianxia couldn't attack him even if he just stood there? Lanxi looked at Qiushi gloatingly. Just you wait. Soon you'll know what it means to be disgusting. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the battle between Qiushi and Xianxia. Xianxia was indeed not Qiushi's opponent. The 10 Arbiters of the Innerverse were all very powerful, but their foundations could not compare to the descendants of the Neoverse. Regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor's methods, the Sirius Sect's true inheritors, or even the 7 Courts inheritors, they all had their own secret techniques. Among the 10 Arbiters there were too few who had them. Even Night King Zhenwu's secret technique had come from the Daoist sect's Arrow Progenitor's inheritance. If he had not obtained the Arrow Progenitor's inheritance, he would not have any secret techniques either. Xianxia wrote with both hands, using ancient characters to form a strange attack that covered Qiushi. The stars around Qiushi revolved, and all of Xianxia's attacks were like child's play to her. The Wen family is most famous for its literary prison. Without it, what can you do? Xianxia frowned and moved his fingers. 8 by 8, the literary prison trapped Qiushi within. In the next moment, Qiushi used the stellar transposition and switched places with Xianxia using a secret technique. However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Another literary prison appeared around her. This was the real literary prison and the one that trapped her was fake. Qiushi snorted and raised a hand. Sirius's palm caused the stars to explode, enough to break through the literary prison. At that moment, Xianxia's star energy transformed into a giant landscape painting that pressed down. Below, Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this Han Chong's technique? Astral 2's leader, Azura Realm Master Han Chong, was also known as the Art Sage. He could paint with his star energy and he could draw mountains and rivers. Who would have thought that Xianxia could do it as well? Xianxia's star energy painting was not something that Han Chong could compare to. Seeing the painting descend, Xianxia detonated her star energy, causing the void to completely collapse as black lightning swept out in all directions. The next moment, Xianxia activated her star energy again and transformed it into a sword. Sirius's sword technique tore through the painting and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's attacks were weak, which was his weakness. Although Xianxia's Sirius sword technique was not as sharp as the 12th sword, it was still enough to slice through the literary prison. Xianxia could not block it with his techniques and he could only dodge. But how many times could he dodge? In the distance, Starsibyl could not help but look over. She wanted to intervene, but Xiajuyo stopped her. I know all about your techniques. Interfering in that battle will only bring you bad luck. Starsibyl could only helplessly respond to Xiajuyo. No one could help when Xianxia and Sirius sword technique descended upon him. Sirius sword technique drew closer and closer to Xianxia's head, and even Xianxia was certain that this attack would hit. She planned to shift her attack as there was no need to kill in the Star Tower contest. Suddenly, a transparent screen of light appeared above Xianxia's head and collided with Sirius sword technique. There was a loud bang and the void splashed apart like water. Sirius sword technique was unable to advance even an inch as it had been blocked. Xianxia was even forced back 100 meters by the shockwave and she looked over in shock. A screen of light had appeared around Xianxia's body like glass, and he was calmly looking at Xianxia from within it. Xianxia was shocked. An innate gift. Xianxia's lips curled up. Sorry, I definitely can't beat you, but you can't beat me either. Below, Lu Yin was stunned. This is the disgusting person you were talking about? Lan Si smiled bitterly. I see it again. A barrier. This is Xianxia's innate gift, an unbreakable barrier. Lu Yin was shocked. An unbreakable barrier? Lan Si explained. When I fought Xianxia, I used 150 stacks to attack the barrier, but he allowed me to attack. No matter what I did, I couldn't break through the barrier. In the end, I was trapped by the literary prison, which is why I said I couldn't beat him. This is why you said you lost. That's right. I was trapped by the literary prison and couldn't break through the barrier, so I lost. Lu Yin looked curiously at Xianxia on the golden screen. He actually had such an innate gift. Was it really unbreakable? Lu Yin didn't believe it and neither did Xianxia. She attacked and the stars appeared as she unleashed Sirius Palm. Xianxia no longer had any intentions of defending himself and he just stood there allowing Xianxia to attack. Close to 1,000 stars exploded and a palm strike landed on the barrier, but it was useless. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and the stars turned into swords. Close to 1,000 stars gradually condensed, forming the strongest heavenly star sword technique so far. She stabbed out, and even if this sword was not comparable to the 12th sword, it was not far off. Even so, such a powerful attack still couldn't break through the barrier. Xianxia spoke up, "No one can hurt me once the barrier is activated." Xianxia's tone was cold. It's just that the attack power hasn't reached the upper limit. There is no such thing as an invincible technique and there is no such thing as an invincible innate gift. Xianxia subconsciously looked at Shangqing. Isn't the 3 Yang ancestral qi publicly acknowledged as an invincible technique? Xianxia didn't answer and she continued to attack the barrier with Sirius Palm, but even after a full minute she still couldn't break through. Xianxia's innate gift attracted the attention of Yuhua Mavis and the others. Was his innate gift really that powerful? Xianxia retreated 1,000 meters and frowned at Xianxia. She really couldn't break through it. Xianxia was disgusted by Xianxia. Even though he couldn't attack after activating his innate gift, he still couldn't defeat anyone else. It was truly disgusting. Lu Yin also felt disgusted. "7th bro, are you just going to watch?" The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin replied, "What else can I do? I've already lost." "Steal the treasures. Didn't those people fight to the death for those treasures? Let's take them first," the monkey urged. Lu Yin frowned as he was somewhat tempted, but he also felt embarrassed. "That's not very good." The monkey pursed his lips. "Let me ask you something. Have the 5 signs of the stars already been decided? Those people have already decided on the 5 signs of the stars and you guys are just foils. The Neoverse doesn't plan on letting you guys get a share of the inheritance from the 5 mountains and 5 seas. If that's the case, why don't you guys do it yourself? They're being unfair to us, so there's no need for us to be fair to them. That makes sense. Lu Yin was a decisive person and it just so happened that a current appeared beneath his feet. He said to Lan Si, "Take your time to watch. I'll take a stroll." Lan Si was stunned. Take a stroll? Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and charged into the current. Xiao Bai and Xiao He didn't even have time to react. They were startled and subconsciously wanted to resist, but when they saw that it was Lu Yin who had grabbed them, they obediently stopped moving. In the distance, Mingyu saw this scene and was somewhat confused. Everyone was paying attention to the battle above them. What were they doing? After entering the current, Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and remained motionless, allowing the current to wash over them. After a while, Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and charged out of the current, heading towards the surface. The current was extremely fast and it was like an underwater express. By the time Lu Yin brought Xiao Bai and Xiao He out of the water, they were already far away from the mountain from before. He looked up and saw Lu Tianmu lying on the golden platform. Not too far away, the Ling Palace's sky palace was being washed away by the ancestral qi of the 3 suns. They had arrived at the mountain where the prime clarity resided. The mountain had split apart to reveal a giant eye. Lu Yin didn't know what it was used for, but since it had appeared in the Mountain Sea inheritance, it must be of considerable value. The blood of a progenitor was immeasurably valuable, and it even surpassed progenitor Wuxiang's hide. One could only imagine the value of that giant eye. Lu Yin, you scared us. We thought that an enemy had come looking for us, Xiao Bai complained. Xiao He was unhappy. That's right. Annoying. Lu Yin said, let's go. I'll take you guys to find treasures. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next volume is about to set sail, and the Astral Sovereign Tournament is about to begin. Invincible. Whatever you want, it's all here. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 1139. Xiao Bai and Xiao He's eyes lit up, and the 2 girls subconsciously tightened their grip on their mountain sea bags. Treasure? What treasure? Lu Yin pointed at the giant eye on the distant mountain. Xiao Bai and Xiao He nodded excitedly. Lu Yin smiled and looked expectantly at the giant eye that had cracked open at the top of the mountain. He wondered what it was. He hoped that the Shangqing wouldn't find out, as he suddenly felt like a thief. As they headed towards the mountain, Lu Yin saw a strange object floating along the way. It was a white solid that formed words, "Save me." Lu Yin picked it up and used a bit of force, causing it to turn into smoke and float away. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Smoke? Guxiao? That's right. Lu Yin had been fighting for the Star Tower for so long in the mountain and sea realm, but he had never seen Guxiao. Although the Star Tower was huge, Guxiao should have shown himself at least once. That white smoke was very mysterious, and it could even deal with Ziyi's life energy, so it shouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, Guxiao wasn't the type to hide himself. Lu Yin continued to look at the distant sea and quickly found another white solid that also formed 2 words, "Save me." This was a cry for help formed from smoke, and it was coming from the distant mountain. Lu Yin brought Xiao He and Xiao Bai along as he sped up. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yin looked up and saw some rune lines. There were cultivators at the top of the mountain, and they were gradually approaching the giant eye. Besides him, there were others who wanted to steal the inheritance. Lu Yin couldn't let others get ahead of him, so he quickly climbed the mountain with Xiao Bai and Xiao He. At the same time, 3 cultivators were climbing halfway up the mountain, sweating profusely. How did those freaks get up there? They didn't even use any effort and just directly reached the platform. Damn it, one of them complained. The man next to him growled, "Shut up, they're all in lighters." I remember that there was a cruiser who tried to compete with the Mavis family, but he also went up, another said. They're all freaks competing with the Mavis family. There's no need to talk about such people. Climb hard, the inheritance is right in front of you. While they were talking, a chuckle came from behind them. The men were shocked and looked back. They didn't know when, but a woman in revealing clothes had approached them and was looking at them with a faint smile. The woman was only wearing a few pieces of cloth to cover her body. She was extremely alluring, like an enchantress. Her entire body was exuding an evil and strange aura. This was Xianxia. When they saw Xianxia, their faces went pale. They were all cultivators from the Neoverse, and had been able to enter the mountain and sea realm for a long time. Weren't you defeated by the prime clear lineage? Someone asked in shock. Xianxia chuckled. Can't you come if you lose? Just like you, I want to steal something. They looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Do it. The few of them were able to participate in the Star Pagoda contest, so their strength was not bad. However, when they encountered the Seven Courts successor, they were like babies. In just a few breaths of time they were defeated. Xianxia clapped her hands, appearing clean and efficient. Just as she was about to continue climbing, she paused for a moment and slowly turned around, only to see 3 silhouettes rapidly rushing over. Her eyes flashed with coldness. These 3 silhouettes were about the same speed as her. They were all experts. Striking first to gain the upper hand was a tradition of the Shi family. Xianxia grabbed a nearby rock and smashed it down. The moment she did so, layers of white bone imprints appeared on her arm that extended from her flesh. Lu Yin looked up and waved his hand, causing a hollow palm to sweep out and shatter the 3 rocks. At the same time it crossed the void and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and her bones extended from her flesh to block the attack. There was a thump and her body was sent flying back and embedded into the mountain. She coughed. What a powerful palm. Who was that person? Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Little Black and he quickly flew over to Xianxia. The moment he saw Xianxia, Lu Yin was stunned. This woman was wearing too little. Ah, shameless. Xiao Bai covered her eyes and pointed at Xianxia. Xiao Hei's face turned red and it jumped up to cover Lu Yin's eyes. Don't look, pervert. Lu Yin was speechless. He pressed Xiao Hei down and looked at Xianxia. I've seen you before. When we first entered the mountain and sea realm and encountered the prime clear, you were behind him. Xianxia pulled herself out of the mountain and the white bones merged back into her body. She rubbed her abdomen and complained, You really hurt when you hit me. Can't you be gentler? Lu Yin calmly replied, You were the one who attacked first. I didn't think that it would be a handsome guy. If I knew that it was you, my heart would ache, Xianxia said coquettishly as she rolled her eyes. Lu Yin felt strange as this was the first time someone had called him a handsome guy. To be honest, his looks were average and he was the type that was more pleasing to the eye the more one looked at him. Xiao Hei glared at Xianxia. Shameless. How can you say something like that? Xianxia giggled and teased, Little girl, you're still young. That was called flirting. I really like the little guy beside you, hee. Xiao Bai bared her teeth. Shameless. Senior brother said that women with big breasts and big butts are all shameless. Xiao Hei looked at Xiao Bai seriously. Did senior brother say that? Wasn't that what master said? Xiao Bai made a shushing gesture and looked around carefully. Don't let master hear you. He's really petty. Lu Yin was speechless. Was the sage heavenly master such a person? On the other side, Xianxia overheard the 2 girls' conversation and laughed happily. Thank you for the compliment, little girl. Who's complimenting you? Shameless. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai rebuked at the same time. Xianxia laughed again. Lu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Xianxia. You want the inheritance too, right? Xianxia nodded and beamed at Lu Yin. Together? Lu Yin wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that this might be Gu Shao Heir's request for help. Alright, let's go together. But it'll depend on who gets the inheritance. Xiaoxian's lips curled up. I'll listen to you. Right, what should I call you? Little brother? Lu Yin replied, Call me 7th bro. 7th bro? Okay, 7th bro. Xiaoxian's soft voice made Lu Yin feel numb. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were flustered and they grabbed Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin, have you been seduced by her? Master was right, all women with big breasts and big butts are bad. Lu Yin rubbed their heads. Don't spout nonsense. The sage heavenly master wouldn't say something like that. Xiao Hei was about to speak but Xiao Bai quickly interjected. That's right, senior brother said it. Senior brother Shenwei said it. Fortunately, Shangxing Shenwei and the rest were focused on the battle on the golden screen. Otherwise, they would have been angered to death by the 2 girls, and Everlasting Island's reputation would have been ruined. They weren't too far away from the cracked mountain, and Lu Yin and Zhou Xian were able to ascend the mountain without any hindrance. They could even ascend the golden screen to participate in the battle, but Xiao He and Xiao Bai couldn't hold on any longer. The two girls were very fast and their combined strength was very strong. However, they were still young. Lu Yin had no choice but to leave the two girls behind while he and Zhou Xian climbed the mountain. Lu Yin, don't be seduced. Bad woman, cover your breasts. They're all exposed. Xiao Bai shouted. Xiao He bared her teeth. Lu Yin, don't look at bad women's breasts. Lu Yin felt awkward and he quickly climbed the mountain. Zhou Xian laughed and followed behind him. Right above Lu Yin and the others on the golden screen, the sky palace of the spirit palace was being bombarded by the ancestral qi of the three suns. The illusory figures within the sky palace were constantly sweeping away the ancestral qi of the three suns. Even if they could disperse the ancestral qi of the three suns, they would quickly reform it. This was the most frustrating aspect of the ancestral qi. It could be scattered, but it couldn't be completely destroyed. It couldn't be trapped and it couldn't be defended against. Once struck, one would be heavily injured. Lu Tianmu had been attacked a total of 3 times and he had already collapsed. Only when faced with the ancestral qi of the three suns would one feel despair. Ling Gong was the least suited to fight against the prime clear lineage as she was too big of a target. Her heaven palace had tried to suppress the ancestral qi of the three suns, but it couldn't do so. It could only passively endure the attacks. Even the true scripture of Ian evolution couldn't erase the rune lines of the ancestral qi, which meant that it wasn't called the #1 technique in the universe for nothing. From the very start, Ling Gong was defeated again and again. However, her innate gift was enough to be proud of her ability to withstand so many attacks from the ancestral qi. Xianxia sighed. Not everyone's innate gift can withstand the attacks of the ancestral qi. He then looked at Xianxia. Was there a barrier that even Qiushi couldn't break through? He wanted to try. At that moment, Lu Tianmu, who had collapsed in the distance, slowly stood up and looked at Ling Gong. This is my opponent. Ling Gong retreated and her heaven palace dissipated. Although she had the pride of one of the 10 arbiters, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Xianxia was her opponent, so she naturally wouldn't fight to the death. Don't die. It doesn't sound good that the 10 arbiters became the 9 arbiters. Xianxia turned around and looked at Lu Tianmu in astonishment. You still want to fight me? Why? Lu Tianmu exhaled and his black hair drooped down with mottled blood stains. Star energy formed a sword around his body and he looked up at Xianxia. Because of the 13th sword. Ling Gong, who had just turned around and was about to leave, suddenly paused and looked back at Lu Tianmu in disbelief. You comprehended the 13th sword? Xianxia was shocked as well. The sword sect's 13 swords are famous throughout the universe, and it's rumored that as long as one's innate gift is enough, even a hunter can comprehend the first 12 swords. However, I've never heard of anyone below the emissary realm being able to comprehend the 13th sword. From what I know, only the previous sect master Lu Qianjue can use the 13th sword. No one else has been able to do so. Lu Tianmu gripped his sword tightly and looked at Xianxia with a resolute gaze. Try it. Xianxia looked at Lu Tianmu seriously and then suddenly smiled and nodded. If you can use the 13th sword, then I'll let you experience the true power of the ancestral qi. Lu Tianmu's eyes narrowed. True power? What did that mean? Could it be that the ancestral qi that had caused everyone to be speechless up until now wasn't its true power? Ling Gong also heard Xianxia's words and was in disbelief. It couldn't be, right? Those 3 streams of qi had left them speechless. Aside from their numbers, they really didn't know how to deal with them. Xianxia's words thoroughly shocked Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's gaze became resolute. The 13th sword had a simple name. The Emotion Sword. It was a mystical sword that had nothing to do with space. As long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. How could a person be emotionless? Thus, the 13th sword could not be avoided. The Supreme Astral Tournament is about to begin. Brothers, please take your seats. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1140. Time flowed by and no one could avoid the 13th sword. Even the strongest person would have to endure the 13th sword. This was the sword sect's invincible 13 swords. Only emissaries could comprehend it, not because there was a cultivation realm requirement, but because the user did not have a deep understanding of emotions. It would take a long time to cultivate to the emissary level, And this was also something that had to be endured in order to cultivate the 13th sword. The 13th sword required emotions. Lu Tianmu had never experienced emotions before. She had been a peerless genius since birth and had been chosen by the 13 swords. Who would dare to talk about emotions with her? Even the 10 arbiters kept a respectful distance from her, and she could not find anyone to talk about emotions with. As for familial love, that was even rarer. Cultivators could stand tall in the starry sky, but they could not obtain the familial love of ordinary people. This was the sorrow of many cultivators. Lu Tianmu did not have love or familial love, so she could not fully comprehend the 13th sword. However, Lu Tianmu was also a genius. Everyone believed that emotions were just love and familial love, and that they were the most profound. However, she believed that there was another type of emotion, and that was stubbornness. Stubbornness towards the sword and cultivation was also a type of emotion. This was her emotion, and this was the emotion that she had established by using the 13th sword. A gentle breeze blew past, causing Lu Tianmu's hair to flutter along the sword, across the golden stage and across the mountain and sea realm. Everyone felt that something was strange. At this moment, this gentle breeze stirred up many people's thoughts, making it impossible for them to fully immerse themselves in the battle. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the breeze towards Lu Tianmu. Prime Clarity's expression turned serious as 3 streams of energy surrounded him. He felt an indescribable sense of danger. Although it was only a small amount, how many people in the entire mountain and sea realm could cause him such a sensation? His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had wanted to experience the 13 swords for a long time. Although the 13 swords were rumored to be mysterious and powerful enough to instantly kill powerful enemies, he did not care. No one could defeat the 3 suns' ancestral qi, and no one could defeat him. This was his confidence, and he had no intention of stopping Lu Tianmu. He wanted to see just how powerful the 13th sword was. Below Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin and Zhou Xian were also watching. They also felt that something was wrong, especially Lu Yin. At this moment, the rune lines within Lu Tianmu's sword had disappeared. He could see the rune lines. It meant that it was beyond the scope of his understanding. It was just like how the 3 suns' ancestral qi could ignore the weakening effects of the universe evolution true scripture. Lu Tianmu's current state had reached a certain miraculous state. It wasn't that she and Xianxia were able to surpass the scripture of Yin evolution. That was impossible. However, they were able to surpass him. At the very least, the scripture of Yin evolution that he had cultivated to the level of spirituality was unable to affect the two of them. The Zhou Xian true scripture was also a technique. As long as it was a technique, there was always the possibility of being surpassed. The Prime Clear's 3 yang ancestral qi and Lu Tianmu's 13th sword both surpassed Lu Yin's grasp of the Zhou Xian true scripture. Naturally, it wasn't something that he could understand. There was no sword light, no slashing motion. When the sword in Lu Tianmu's hand cracked and she fell to the ground, everyone knew that the 13th slash had been completed. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xianxia. They were shocked to find that Xianxia's face was pale. His chest was stained with blood, which eventually dripped onto the golden stage. His body trembled and he slowly squatted down, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Anyone who had fought with Xianxia before would understand the might of the 3 yang ancestral qi. He had never been injured before, but he had been injured twice by Lu Tianmu. He had been injured by the 12th and 13th slashes, and the 13th slash was especially severe. Had the 13th slash really been completed? Why hadn't they discovered anything? Only one person in the entire mountain and sea realm had seen the might of the 13th slash, and that was Daoist. He had cultivated the Zhou Xian true scripture to the knower realm, which was a level higher than Lu Yin's. He had also seen the rune lines of the 13th slash. Daoist was stunned. Was this the 13th slash? No wonder the legendary sword sect's 13th slash was unavoidable. That slash had nothing to do with space, and when it appeared it had already been executed. Daoist looked at Lu Tianmu, who was lying on the ground. He did not know if she was dead or alive. This woman was terrifying, and no matter who she faced, she had the ability to take them down with her. Even Xianxia was no exception. Lu Yin could not see Xianxia's rune lines, but Daoist could. In his eyes, Xianxia's rune lines had weakened significantly. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the older powerhouses were speechless. After a while, Mu'en sighed. I've seen the sword sect's 13th slash again. It's just as stunning as before. Haizid Xinwei's expression was solemn. If the sword sect had more people who comprehended the 13th slash, they would have established themselves in the Neoverse long ago. Xia Meng stared at Lu Tianmu. This child would definitely have a place in the future. Mu En smiled. Not bad. This Star Pagoda competition was truly impressive. Even the 13th slash appeared. This child is qualified to be included in the list. Not far away, Yuan Ku sighed. She's the only person who's been able to injure the 3 Yang ancestral qi user. If she's not qualified, then no one else is. Above the mountain and sea realm's golden screen, Xianxia was half squatting on the ground, panting heavily. It took him a while to recover and he stood up shakily. He looked at Lu Tianmu and shook his head. Use beyond your limits? Although the 13th slash is unfathomable, you can only use it once. Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, I Xianxia acknowledge you. If you can stand up, I guarantee that you will become one of the 5 astral children. Xianxia's words shocked many who heard him. They had all assumed that he was uninterested in the outside world and would only follow the Hall of Honor's orders. He was only interested in his own strength, so they had never expected him to say such words to Lu Tianmu. Outside of the mountain and sea realm, Mu En frowned. These words should not have come from the Prime Clear's mouth. The 5 prodigies of the stars were the result of the Neoverse distribution of benefits, and the Hall of Honor had taken control of the situation. Even Xia Jiuyo, who had revealed his 9 clones to defeat Lei Las, had been stopped in his futile attempt to become one of the 5 prodigies of the stars, let alone someone from the Innerverse. Xianxia actually had such thoughts. Haizid Xinwei laughed. Not bad, not bad. I thought that this kid was just a blockhead who had cultivated the 3 suns' ancestral qi, but now it seems that he has his own ideas. Ah, that's good. In the distance, Yuan Ku also laughed and looked at Xianxia with admiration. Without his own ideas, even if he cultivated the universe's #1 technique, he still wouldn't be able to reach the progenitor realm. It's impossible to become truly invincible just by relying on a technique. The Hall of Honor was right to raise this child. Xia Meng also looked at Xianxia with admiration for the first time. Muin was helpless. While they might think this way, some people in the Hall of Honor did not. Some of them hoped to raise someone who was completely loyal to the Hall of Honor, someone who could use the 3 suns' ancestral qi, someone who would be loyal to the Hall of Honor, rather than someone who would be rebellious and would even admire their enemies. Many people probably couldn't fall asleep after hearing this. It seemed that Xianxia had not been tamed but rather disdained. Not only was he disdainful of his enemies and peers, but he was also disdainful of certain people in the Hall of Honor. He did not want to argue with them. This was the true Xianxia, an invincible genius with flesh and blood who had cultivated the universe's #1 technique. No one knew how Xianxia's injuries were and no one dared to attack him. Ling Gong had gone to challenge Xianxia but had retreated, which meant that she had lost. Based on her temperament, she did not have the face to challenge Xianxia again. Yuhua Mavis suppressed invisible light the entire time. Originally, the Spirit Palace had not intended to interfere, but Yuhua Mavis had included her in the attack range. The green fists attacked wildly from above, and the Spirit Palace could only cooperate with invisible light to resist. Xia Jiuyo and Starsabil's battle was the simplest, as no one could tell where they had used the 9 clones technique. Could it be that the technique had only brought them from the Hunter realm to the Enlighter realm? Obviously not, as Progenitor Chen's invincible technique was not necessarily any weaker than the 3 suns' ancestral qi. Qiu Shi was the most aggrieved in this battle, as her attacks were completely useless against Xianxia. Actually, it was not just Qiu Shi who was aggrieved, as Yuhua Mavis and Xia Jiuyo were also aggrieved at times. Just like how Starsabil would occasionally use her abacus to help Xianxia invisible light and the others obstructing their opponent's attacks. Xianxia would occasionally use a barrier to help Starsabil, blocking Xia Jiuyo and Yuhua Mavis. That barrier was currently unbreakable, and it would occasionally block Yuhua Mavis' attacks. This made Yuhua Mavis feel aggrieved, and she even wanted to switch opponents with Qiu Shi to see if she could break through the barrier with her unlimited strength. The intense battle on the golden screen was nearing its end. If not for Xianxia's sudden appearance and his barrier, they would have already been defeated. Xianxia had been heavily injured by Lu Tianmu's 13th sword, and no one knew how serious his injuries were. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin and Xianxia took the opportunity to charge into the giant eye. They were all afraid of Xianxia as he would not let his guard down. How could he allow his inheritance to be stolen? However, after being heavily injured by the 13 swords, Lu Yin and Xianxia were confident that they could rely on their own abilities to avoid the three suns' ancestral qi and charge into the giant eye. However, they were overthinking things as Xianxia did not care about them at all. Perhaps he had discovered them, but he did not care. He simply allowed them to charge into the giant eye that had split open the mountain peak. As soon as they stepped into the eye's range, the scene before them completely changed. It was as if a strange starry sky had been opened up, and as far as the eye could see, they were surrounded by specks of star energy that slowly rotated. This giant eye was formed from star energy, and it formed a strange heaven and earth, or rather, a world. Seventh bro, this is a heaven and earth controlled by a world realm cultivator's star energy. It might also be the profound creation realm, the monkey said excitedly. Lockbreakers placed the most importance on star energy control, and it was divided into 6 different realms: Minute, Cloudwalker, Heavenly Intelligence, Divine Eye, World Realm, and Profound Creation Realm. Lu Yin had been able to reach the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Elysian Lake's spring water, and normally he could only reach the Heavenly Intelligence realm. He had no understanding of the World Realm or Profound Creation Realm, but now he had arrived at a strange place that might have been formed by these 2 realms. Seventh bro, this place should be specially created for lockbreakers to comprehend the realm of star energy control. It's most suitable for you, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin felt the same way. It was no wonder why Xianxia did not care. He was not a lockbreaker, and he had already discovered the giant eye's mysteries while climbing the mountain, which was why he did not care. Xianxia was disappointed, as she could also tell that this place was not suitable for her. Chapter 1141. At that moment something white slid out from the distance. Lu Yin was about to catch it, but Xianxia snatched it away and gave him a charming smile. When he looked down, his expression froze. There were 2 words written on it: "Save me." Lu Yin saw it as well. It had indeed been thrown out from here. He gestured for Xianxia to keep quiet, and the 2 carefully made their way inside. Their surroundings were formed from star energy, making it seem like a starry sky. The 2 didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion for fear of causing a disturbance. Not long after, they made a turn and saw a cloud of white smoke with a head peeking out. It was Lonely Little Fool. At that moment, Lonely Little Fool was furtively using smoke to form words and throwing them out. He would occasionally look behind him, his eyes darting around. He was rather unlucky. Before the Star Tower contest had begun, he had stayed in the brothel and enjoyed himself for a while. After the Star Tower opened, he hadn't wanted to come in, but his father had pulled him in. After entering, he felt that he hadn't suffered so much for nothing, so he decided to show off his skills and find an expert to spar with. Coincidentally, he had run into a whirlpool at the bottom of the sea, which naturally contained treasures. If there were treasures, it meant that someone was trying to steal them. He felt that it was time for him to make a move. But just as he was about to enter, someone tapped him on the shoulder and asked for directions. This was the Mountain and Sea realm. Asking for directions? What directions? Looking for the inheritance? He still wanted to know. He yelled at the person in a bad mood, but the person had a good temper. He smiled like a fox and said that he wanted to treat him to food. Lonely Little Fool felt like he had been tricked. Food? In the Mountain and Sea realm? Where would there be food? The more he looked at the person, the more he felt like a fox. Lonely Little Fool wanted to show off his skills, so he attacked the person. When he woke up, he was already here. If not for the white smoke protecting him, he might have died. Even with the white smoke protecting him, he was still captured and couldn't move. There was also a disgusting person standing guard not too far away. All he could do was use the white smoke to form words and throw them out, hoping that someone would see them. Lonely Little Fool had never been so pitiful before. He had just been about to show off, but now he was thrown here without seeing anything. He had wanted to compete in the Star Tower and marry the top courtesan, but now he had nothing. Just thinking about it made him sad. Hoping that someone familiar could see this brother's cry for help, Lonely Little Fool continued to painstakingly create words. In the distance, Lu Yin and Xianxia saw Gu shower, and their gazes met. Although the smoke-gulping mountain range was not a colossus in the Neoverse, it was still a rare and powerful force. That white smoke was very mysterious and even the 7 courts knew about it. Even if Gu Shaoer's white smoke wasn't a match for those from the prime clear lineage, he could still put up a fight against the 10 arbiters and the successor of the 7 courts. Yet he had actually been trapped here. Lu Yin made a shushing gesture again and brought Xianxia closer to Gu Shaoer. Gu Shaoer was still stealthily creating words when the white smoke that enveloped him suddenly floated up. He suddenly looked up and coincidentally met Lu Yin's gaze, and his eyes immediately turned red. "Bro, I'm here." Lu Yin cursed inwardly. In front of him, a black figure appeared, its scarlet eyes flickering as it raised both fists and punched out. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Neo-Human Alliance? He raised his arms to block in front of him, but there was a thump as his body was sent flying back 100 meters. Xianxia was also attacked at the same time, but fortunately she had been prepared. Her bones extended from the surface of her body and transformed into armor that blocked the punch, but she was also sent flying back 100 meters. Lu Yin stared at the black-clothed man in front of him in shock. It really was someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. How had they gotten in? Xie Xiaoxian's expression darkened. "You half-human, half-ghost things are here as well. Aren't you afraid of death?" Across from them, the black-clothed corpse king raised its scarlet eyes and clenched its right fist. Its gaze swept past Xie Xiaoxian before landing on Lu Yin. A trembling aura spread out from its body and whizzed past, but it didn't spread too far. Only its enormous eyes revealed a terrifying strength. This was an enlighter. Xie Xiaoxian's expression changed. "This is troublesome." Just as she spoke, the black-clothed corpse king's eyes suddenly changed from scarlet to gray and then to green. This was Corpse King's second transformation. Lu Yin's expression changed. This Corpse King's rune lines had already surpassed theirs, and its physical strength was not much weaker than Lu Yin's. Now that it had suddenly increased by 100 times, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. "Be careful," he warned Xie Xiaoxian, but she turned around and fled. The Neoverse understanding of the Neo-Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Innerverse and Outerverse, especially the Shi family. Their old enemy, the Spectre clan, had joined the Neo-Human Alliance, and the Shi family had always been in an intense confrontation with the Neo-Human Alliance. She only needed one look to know if she was a match for this Corpse King. It was obvious that this Corpse King was not something she could deal with. As for Lu Yin, she didn't even consider him. Lu Yin had not expected Xie Xiaoxian to flee so quickly. A black shadow appeared in the corner of his eye as the Corpse King punched him. The attack was simple and crude, but it caused Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. The might of this punch was terrifying and he subconsciously used the plan's secret art to escape. The void collapsed where he had been standing, and the Corpse King's enormous eyes distorted. This scene attracted the Prime Clear's attention. He did not care who obtained this inheritance since it was useless to him, but the Corpse King's eyes emitted an aura that caused even the Prime Clear to feel apprehensive. Within the Corpse King's enormous eyes, Lu Yin narrowly avoided another punch. Beside him, the Corpse King turned around and punched out again. The wind from the punch swept out and an unstoppable force descended. Lu Yin waved his hand and used the secret art to teleport. He dodged yet another punch. However, fist attacks were not as limited as secret techniques. As long as he had enough power, he could unleash countless punches. Lu Yin used 2 secret techniques to avoid 2 punches, but he could not avoid the third one. There was a thump as the Corpse King's punch landed squarely on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's 9-lined battle force immediately shattered, and his fates and was sent flying back into his body. His arms were almost broken and his organs were in turmoil. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying physical strength. This strength surpassed that of Metamorphosis Mavis' 7th punch by several times, and it should be equivalent to the power of Metamorphosis Mavis' 7th punch. The black-robed Corpse King leapt towards Lu Yin and raised its fist again. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and used the plan's secret art. The star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he teleported. This time he appeared not too far away from Xie Xiaoxian. The Corpse King had only attacked him for a few breaths of time, and Xie Xiaoxian had not been able to escape the Corpse King's eyes. Now that Lu Yin had appeared, she cried out, "Get away from me." Lu Yin did not have time to reply. The Corpse King's physical strength exploded, and its speed distorted the void as it descended and punched out with both hands. This was the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King transformation strengthened the body and suppressed the opponent's strength. It was similar to metamorphosis but much more brutal. Stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and his eyes transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines on the Corpse King's fists. He narrowly avoided the attack again, but Zhou Xian was not so lucky. She was struck by the punch and the white bone armor on her body shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her body was sent crashing into the mountain. This was a progenitor's mountain sea and it was extremely sturdy. Even so, a crack had appeared on it. Zhou Xian miserably fell to the ground. Lu Yin struck out with an empty palm. The empty palm struck the Corpse King, but it only managed to push it back a few dozen meters. The Corpse King raised its green eyes and stared at Lu Yin before charging at him again. Lu Yin continued to strike out with his empty palm in an attempt to break through the Corpse King's defenses. However, the green eyes transformation had increased the Corpse King's physical strength by 100-fold. It was far more powerful than Lu Yin's physical strength, and even the empty palm was not considered too strong against the Corpse King. Lu Yin had never thought that someone in his generation would be able to withstand the empty palm. Even Mu Ziying's innate gift of wood could only withstand a few hits, and the empty palm was not strong enough to break through the Corpse King's defenses. The Corpse King endured the empty palm and punched at Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin waved a hand, using the Yu secret art to divert the wind from his fist. He raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Seventh Brother's Finger. Seventh Brother's Finger was Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he did not think that it would be enough to injure the Corpse King. All he needed to do was knock the Corpse King out of the eye's range so that the Xianxia elders could see him. On the other side, Zhou Xian was lying on the ground with blood dripping from her mouth. She raised a hand and also tapped out with a finger. This time it was exactly the same as Lu Yin's, Seventh Brother's Finger. Evil Secret Art. Omnidirectional Borrowing. This was one of the Shi family's secret techniques. Lu Yin did not know that the Shi family had such a secret technique, and when he saw Seventh Brother's Finger attack he was stunned. However, now was not the time to think about such things. The two Seventh Brother's Fingers combined and struck the Corpse King, knocking it out of the eye's range. It crashed into the mountain outside of the eye's range, causing a crack to appear. In that instant the Xianxia elders saw it. He saw the Corpse King's green eyes and felt its disgusting aura as well as the terrifying fluctuations of an enlighter. It was not just the Xianxia elders. The Corpse King's eyes had been blasted out, and its strength as an enlighter was naturally exposed. This attracted the attention of the people on the golden screen, as well as the older powerhouses outside of the mountain and sea realm. Mu En and the others were shocked. The Neo-Human Alliance? They immediately moved to attack, as the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. There was only one thing they could do against them, and that was to destroy them. There was no need for a fair battle. But just as they were about to attack, their bodies suddenly froze. Everything in front of them turned black and they could no longer feel their own existence. Mu En could only feel the existence of his nose, but his nose was actually able to see his surroundings. Haizid Shenwei could only feel the existence of his hand, but his hand smelled something strange. Yuan Ku Xiameng and the other older powerhouses also felt their five senses become chaotic. Xiameng spoke in a low voice. Neo-Human Alliance, one of the seven sky gods, sorcerer spirit god. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange white doll appeared beside them. It had a strange appearance, and two green lines extended from the corners of its eyes to the corners of its mouth. Its pupils were deeply sunken and it looked particularly eerie. It let out a strange laugh and said, "Xia Meng from the Xia family, hee. You were once the most beautiful woman in the Neoverse universe, and you were even more beautiful than the most beautiful courtesan in the brothel. Now you have a power level of over 900,000. Since you know of this god's existence, you are qualified to compete with this god, hee." Chapter 1142. Haizid Shenwei could not see his surroundings but he could hear the voice. He angrily rebuked, "Sorcerer spirit god, come at me. Hee, people of Everlasting Island, is your eldest senior brother doing well? He took care of my disciples in the past," the sorcerer spirit god said sinisterly. An elder suddenly shouted, "Sorcerer spirit god, you were the one who slaughtered the Yu clan. What are you trying to do today?" Hee, the Yu clan was courting death. Don't blame me. As for today, I just want to bring a few outstanding juniors back to inherit the Neo-Human Alliance, the the sorcerer spirit god said. Yuanku took a step forward and the sorcerer spirit god cackled. I advise you all not to move. If you do you might die. Hee hee. In the mountain and sea realm, the battle on the golden screen stopped the moment the black-robed corpse king was exposed. Xianxia raised his hand, and a stream of energy shot towards the corpse king. Against the Neo-Human Alliance, all grudges had to be set aside. The corpse king had to be destroyed first. Suddenly there was a flash of light and a person appeared behind Xianxia. This person had short silver hair and his eyes were squinting as he smiled. His lips curled into a strange smile and he spun a butterfly in his hand. The knife said, I was careless. This won't do. The first method. Xianxia's eyes flickered and he slowly turned his head. What? With a squelch, blood spurted from his legs and he slowly fell to the ground. The silver-haired man smiled and turned around. I fought with you once. Have you forgotten? Xianxia's legs were bleeding and he stared at the silver-haired man. He remembered that this person had ambushed him at the bottom of the sea and had been injured by his 3 young ancestral qi. The silver-haired man smiled and bent down, staring at Xianxia. The 3 young ancestral qi is indeed powerful, but my death aura isn't bad either. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. You hid your death aura in my body back then? The silver-haired man's smile widened. As expected of the first method. In a one-on-one fight, no one is a match for the 3 young ancestral qi. But when it comes to ambushes my spectre race isn't bad either. Xianxia clenched his fists. He wanted to stand up but his legs had been ambushed and there was still death aura around his wounds. Even if he wanted to heal them it would take him some time. The silver-haired man spun the butterfly. The saber suddenly attacked Xianxia again. The airflow on the surface of Xianxia's body collided with him. His speed was extremely fast as he avoided the airflow. The blade swept across the void and slashed at Xianxia's neck. Even though the prime clear one was unable to move, the 3 young ancestral qi was still unbreakable. The silver-haired man attacked several times but to no avail. Meanwhile, Xiajuyo and the others leaped over the golden barrier and attacked the silver-haired man in unison. The silver-haired man looked at Xiajuyo. The 9 clones technique. I'm very familiar with your clones. The dim light in Xiajuyo's palm turned into a saber and slashed down. It was the Xia family's 3 saber intents. Behind him, the white spear of the spirit palace pierced out, accompanied by the reverberating sound of the bell. Further away, winged Mavis and Qiushi appeared together, but when Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Qiushi was rather vexed. Just as the corpse king's eyes were about to pop out, she could no longer endure when Xianxia's defensive barrier. She used her source box array to teleport him away, and she didn't even know how far he had flown. If only he was a step late. Silver snapped his fingers in the face of the many experts who were attacking him. Below him, the black-robed corpse king ignored the trio and charged towards the golden screen, roaring as it punched out. Ascension Mavis crossed the crowd and punched out. Bang! A loud explosion shook the void, and the terrifying collision forced Invisible Light and the others to retreat. Silver leaped back and grinned as he watched on. The corpse king was forced back more than 10 steps by Ascension Mavis's punch. Ascension Mavis was also forced back but only by 3 steps. Silver was astonished. As expected of the Mavis family's Treeheart successor. You're actually able to force back an Enlighter at the second transformation. Continue. Ascension Mavis's fists were red as she stared at the corpse king in front of her in shock. She had used an unprecedented amount of strength that surpassed what she had used against Lu Yin and Invisible Light, but she had only been able to force the corpse king back. This was the strength of a transformed corpse king. She clenched her fist and punched out once more. Xiajuyo's second saber intent slashed at Silver. Silver's smile was as creepy as a fox's and the butterfly in his hand. He flipped his saber and drew a strange arc, tearing apart Xiajuyo's second saber intent. How many of the 9 clones technique have you fused? Xiajuyo's saber slashed down once more, unleashing the third saber intent. Xiajuyo's third saber intent had once been feared by the Tear Lady, who had used a secret technique to restrain him and prevent him from using it. It had also been taken seriously by the Prime Clear lineage, and it had been used to split open the Spirit Palace's innate gift. It was extremely powerful. At this moment Xiajuyo slashed down at Silver. Silver's expression did not change as he retreated step by step. The black-robed corpse king appeared in front of him, and it raised both of its hands to block the third saber intent. It growled as its body was forced back by the attack, leaving behind 2 long marks on the golden screen. On the other side, Ascension Mavis charged at Silver and punched out. In the Spirit Palace, neither Invisible Light nor Xianxia made a move, as they believed that victory had already been decided. Silver dodged Ascension Mavis's punch and grass had wrapped around his feet at some point, binding him just like Lu Yin. However, against Silver, Ascension Mavis was not as gentle as she had been with Lu Yin. The grass that bound him flickered with a green radiance, and Silver's expression changed slightly. He opened his eyes slightly, revealing a cold glint as a black aura appeared around his body. The aura of death immediately dissolved the grass, and Ascension Mavis's gaze turned cold. She raised her fist and punched out, her strength so great that the void could not withstand it even before she punched out. The punch caused the sky to explode, giving many a fright. Silver stood where he was without moving. Not too far away, the black-robed corpse king roared at the sky, its green eyes suddenly turning red. It was not a scarlet red but a blood-red murderous intent. Visible ripples of energy spread out, and not only did it crush Xiajuyo's third saber intent, it even caused Ascension Mavis to feel apprehensive. She forcefully changed the direction of her fist and smashed it towards the black-robed corpse king. The black-robed corpse king's eyes widened, and it raised a hand to grab Ascension Mavis's fist. There was a thump and shockwaves shook the ground beneath their feet. Ascension Mavis's fist was tightly gripped by the corpse king and she could not move at all. Her expression changed. Third transformation? The corpse king growled, and its right hand exerted strength to pull Ascension Mavis over. It clenched its left hand into a fist and punched her abdomen. Ascension Mavis stepped forward with her right foot, her body glowing with a green radiance. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and just like the corpse king, her body rippled with energy that shook the void. She actually managed to resist the corpse king's pull, and she raised her leg to kick out. The corpse king's left fist collided with Ascension Mavis's right foot, and with a thump the void split apart. Ascension Mavis was sent flying 1,000 meters away, almost falling off the golden stage. Everyone knew how strong Ascension Mavis was. Even if the Prime Clear's 3 Yang ancestral chi was known as an unrivaled technique, it did not dare to compete with Ascension Mavis. However, at this moment, Ascension Mavis had been forced back by the corpse king's physical strength. This was the corpse king's third transformation, which increased one's physical strength by 1,000 times under normal circumstances. An enlightened corpse king's physical strength was already extremely powerful, and it surpassed most of the people present. Only Lu Yin, Ascension Mavis and a few others with strong physical strength could match it. Now that it had been increased by 1,000 times, even Ascension Mavis could not face it head-on. Silver smiled. Corpse School, destroy them. The corpse king raised its hands, clenched them into fists and punched out at Xiajuyo. Xiajuyo's expression changed and she hurriedly dodged, but the fist was too fast, and it shattered the void in front of her. The shockwave also affected Xiajuyo, and her left shoulder was struck and shattered as she was flung far away. The corpse king punched at Ascension Mavis at the same time. The leaves on Ascension Mavis's body transformed into a fist and she punched out. There was another loud boom and she was sent flying 100 meters away. She had lost in terms of strength. A magnificent bell rang out as Ling Gong used his heaven palace to suppress the corpse king. The corpse king raised its arms, grabbed at the air and smashed at the heaven palace. The heaven palace was pierced through and Ling Gong hurriedly dodged, not daring to face the corpse king's strength head-on. Invisible Light raised his hands and pressed down. The void around the corpse king was cut into a dark space that sealed him in like a coffin. Secret technique. Black coffin. The next moment, black spikes appeared around the black coffin. This technique had once injured Ascension Mavis. With a bang, the black coffin shattered, and the corpse king rushed out and punched at Invisible Light. Rays of light appeared in front of Invisible Light, connecting the sky and the earth. This was Starsabil's divination technique, which had allowed Ling Gong to avoid Xiajuyo's third blade technique. However, this technique was useless against the corpse king and he directly pushed his way through. Even though Starsabil's divination was useless, it still delayed the corpse king for a breath of time, allowing Invisible Light to dodge. At this moment, Xianxia slashed down with Sirius's sword technique. The Corpse King raised his head but he did not move. He allowed Sirius's sword technique to land on his head. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The Corpse King raised his right hand, grabbed Sirius's sword technique, and crushed it before sending a palm strike towards Xianxia. Xiaoxia's eyes flashed and her figure disappeared. Silver appeared where she had been standing, using Sirius's secret technique, stellar transposition. The Corpse King's palm strike stopped just before it hit Silver. He slowly turned his head, his red eyes staring at Xianxia as he growled. Silver clapped his hands and smiled as he looked around. I believe that everyone has already felt the power of the Corpse Ghost. My Neo-Human Alliance is now officially declaring war on the entire universe. Anyone who does not submit to the Neo-Human Alliance will be killed without mercy. Those who join the Neo-Human Alliance will receive unparalleled power. After this round of attacks, the human domain's true geniuses who had been fighting on the golden screen were completely helpless against the Corpse King. They were all suppressed. No one dared to be hit by the Corpse King as that would be the end of them. Above the screen, Xianxia was still trying her best to dissolve the deathly energy in her legs. Nearby, Lu Tianmu opened her eyes. She had regained consciousness but she could not move. She looked at the invincible Corpse King and twitched her fingers. She wanted to get up but she could not. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the experts of the older generation were being controlled by the shaman spirit god and were similarly unable to move. Inside the mountain and sea realm on the golden screen, the contestants for the Star Tower competition looked up, speechless. They saw that the Neo-Human Alliance had suppressed everyone with just 2 people and they were all speechless. Silver smiled slyly as he looked around, then looked down. There are more experts than these few. Even the losers have a chance to turn defeat into victory. That's why. With that, his gaze swept across the entire mountain and sea realm. There are no exceptions. As he spoke, the bottom of the sea suddenly changed. Stone steels flew out of the water and then exploded. The next scroll was about to open. In the Starry Sky Supreme competition, I will step on the starry sky and become the Supreme. Chapter 1143. The stone tablet exploded and countless cracks appeared in space. It was as if a world had been destroyed, but it was also as if a new world had appeared. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Above the sea, a stone tablet exploded beside Mu Ziying and the others, and the void in front of them tore apart as a gray figure charged out. It sensed Mu Ziying and the others and raised a hand to unleash a sky beast claw. The gray figure was the remnant of the sky beast claw that had been used in the monolith realm. Its power level was so great that even Lu Yin was wary of its sky beast claw and did not dare to touch it. Hua Xiao and Yao Ji's expressions changed, and they felt as if a disaster was about to befall them. Mu Ziying stepped forward and used his innate gift of wood transformation. There was a thump as his body was sent flying, but he managed to block the sky beast claw for Hua Xiao and Yao Ji. On the other side, Feng He, who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, encountered the same situation. A gray figure stabbed at him with a spear, but Feng He's expression did not change. He simply raised a hand and shattered the spear. In his eyes, this gray figure's rune lines were not even comparable to a hunter's. Rune lines could not be seen in the monolith realm, but here they could be seen. This was because the remnant essence had arrived in the mountain and sea realm. The entire mountain and sea realm was filled with gray figures and they attacked anyone they saw. It was complete chaos. Atop the golden screen, Silver's lips curled up as he beamed at the scene. This was the effect that he had wanted. Behind him, Yu Hua and the others attacked once again. The black-robed Corpse King roared and raised its fist, punching everyone. Silver was unaffected and he looked at the giant eye as if he could see past it to see Lu Yin. Long time no see, Captain. Within the giant eye, which had split open the mountain peak, was a strange starry sky that was formed from star energy. Lu Yin had never looked at it so seriously before. After joining forces with Zhou Xian and using the 7th brother's finger to send the Corpse King flying, he no longer had anything to do with the outside world. When he saw the Corpse King charge towards the golden screen, he knew that he could leave the Neo-Human Alliance to Xianxia and the others. He returned to the giant eye and immersed himself in the mysterious starry sky created by star energy. To a lockbreaker, star energy control was very important. This giant eye had been created by at least a world realm cultivator, and it was comparable to a progenitor's blood inheritance. If he did not comprehend it, then it would be a waste of his trip to the mountain and sea realm. The progenitor's blood had been taken by the ghost monkey, so it was a good opportunity for him to comprehend this inheritance. Lu Yin immersed himself in his comprehension of star energy. Ghost monkey stood behind him, staring warily at Xianxia. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She wasn't interested in the star energy, and she was more concerned about the battle outside. It seemed that the situation wasn't looking too good. The Neo-Human Alliance had dared to make a move, and the group of old fogies outside the mountain and sea realm hadn't entered either. Things weren't looking good and she had to think of a way to escape. The monkey turned into a shadow and stared vigilantly at Xianxia. He actually wanted to comprehend star energy as well since he could lock break as well, but Lu Yin had already comprehended it so he didn't dare to snatch it from her. On the golden stage, Ghoul Corpse used the third transformation of the Corpse King to suppress Yuhua Mavis and the others. Sentient Mavis could no longer tolerate this. The Mavis clan had always been known for their strength, especially the descendants of Zhou Xian. They had never lost to anyone of their generation in terms of strength, even if their opponent was a Corpse King of the third transformation. Of course, it was impossible to estimate the age of a Corpse King. The Corpse King transformation increased one's pure physical strength, but compared to battle techniques, pure physical strength didn't have much of an advantage. A battle technique could often multiply one's power by several times, and Xia Jiuyo and the others' battle techniques were no ordinary ones. The Corpse King's third transformation seemed to increase one's physical strength by a ridiculous amount, but as long as this strength couldn't be converted into a battle technique, it was just brute force. Although it was still enough to suppress everyone, it couldn't reach the level of a 1,000-fold increase in physical strength. It was just like how Obscurely could use his domain to forcefully resist Yuhua Mavis' strength. Lu Yin could convert his strength into the overlaying stacks path or even the empty palm to maximize his strength. This Corpse King obviously couldn't do so. However, this was enough for the Neo-Human Alliance. A Corpse King at the third transformation was enough to suppress everyone. At the very least, a single punch from a Corpse King could take away half of their lives. Its strength was too great, and even if it couldn't be used to its full potential, it was still enough. Bang! Another explosion rang out, and Yuhua Mavis retreated 7 steps before charging forward. Again. Ghoul Corpse's blood-red eyes became even more ruthless as he punched at Yuhua Mavis. Bang! 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 Silver was forced back by the shockwave, but at this moment, a white spear pierced towards him from above. He had no choice but to dodge. The blade spun and swept towards Ling Gong, who was wielding a white spear. A sky palace appeared around Ling Gong, its majestic heavenly might slowing down Silver's movements. The spear swept out and viciously struck Silver's abdomen, causing him to retreat. A nether-refining palm appeared behind Silver, and just as it was about to strike him, a black deathly aura appeared behind him and transformed into a scythe that slashed out horizontally. The nether-refining palm was sliced apart by the deathly aura scythe, and Ling Gong's spear was instantly broken as well. At this moment, a black radiance appeared around Silver, attempting to envelop him. This was the Black Coffin's secret technique. The deathly aura around Silver's body erupted, delaying the Black Coffin for a split second. He leapt out of the Black Coffin's range and looked towards Obscurely. Obscurely was also looking at him, and a domain crashed down from above. Silver was viciously slammed into the ground by the domain, which transformed into a force field that transformed into an image of Obscurely that bombarded Silver. Nearly 1,000 stars appeared around him, transforming into Sirius's sword technique that descended vertically towards Silver. Several top-notch powerhouses took turns attacking Silver, and aside from a prime clear expert at his peak, no one could withstand such an attack. When everyone's attacks ended, they discovered that Silver's original position had been replaced by a corpse ghost, and Silver was hiding behind it. In the distance, Yuhua was panting heavily and her fist was bleeding. Silver grinned at the crowd. It seems like the third transformation is still a little lacking. Since that's the case, Corpse Ghost, the fourth transformation. Everyone was shocked and they all looked at Corpse Ghost in shock. The Corpse King transformation was a supreme battle technique that the Neo-Human Alliance had created for Corpse Kings. No one knew exactly how many transformations there were, but with each transformation one's physical body would become 10 times stronger. Corpse Kings were originally a different species, and they relied on their physical bodies to fight as well as the innate gift that they gained from eating all sorts of strange things. The Corpse King transformation was equivalent to increasing one's physical strength to an infinitely higher level, and it was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's most terrifying battle techniques. An Enlighter Corpse King's physical strength would increase by 1,000 times after reaching the third transformation, and it was already invincible in the mountain and sea realm. Even a peak prime clear expert would not be able to defeat it, and it had single-handedly suppressed 5 top-notch experts, including Yuhua Mavis. If it reached the fourth transformation, then it would no longer be a suppression but a massacre. Even Yuhua Mavis was shocked. Corpse Ghost's third transformation was something that everyone could deal with. It could not perfectly display 1,000 times physical strength, and it could only be used as a meat shield. However, if it reached a certain level of strength, then it would not even need a battle technique to display its strength, as a single punch could destroy everything. Strength was also equivalent to speed, and no one was confident that they could avoid it. Corpse Ghost quietly stood in place, and its blood-red eyes swept across everyone without any emotion. Silver slapped his head. "Sorry, I forgot. Corpse Ghost is just an Enlighter, and he hasn't reached the fourth transformation. Even the third transformation has pushed him past his limits, and he'll need some time to recover." Yuhua Mavis and the others stared at Silver, as this person was quite disgusting. Silver's lips curled up. But even if he can't reach the fourth transformation, there's no rule that says that he can't improve. He then pointed at Corpse Ghost's feet. Everyone looked over and saw that the death chi that had surrounded Silver had merged into Corpse Ghost's body. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as this was the death chi. Roar. With a furious roar, Corpse Ghost's shirt was torn to shreds, revealing countless wounds. Corpse Ghost's sinister and terrifying body had death chi wriggling within it. It was a disgusting and horrifying sight. Corpse Ghost stomped on the ground and roared. Its right palm slammed down, and the wind from the palm formed visible ripples that tore through the void. The ripples enveloped Yuhua Mavis and the others as they were swept away. Everyone was forced back 1,000 meters by the wind from the palm. Corpse Ghost was like a barrier that protected Silver. Silver smiled and turned around to look at Xianxia. "It's your turn, user of the Three Suns ancestral chi. Our target this time is you." Xianxia was still trying to think of a way to dissolve the death chi from the wounds on his legs. He had been ambushed, and Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had severely injured him even though he was invincible. "You want to capture me?" Silver shrugged. "There's nothing we can do about it." "Who told you to cultivate the Three Suns ancestral chi? Didn't you read the history books? The Hall of Honor should have records that anyone who cultivates the Three Suns ancestral chi will be captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. You're no exception." Xianxia coldly replied, "Since you value the Three Suns ancestral chi so much, you should know that it's an invincible battle technique." As he spoke, a stream of energy shot towards Silver. Silver was frustrated and helpless. "He's not easy to deal with, but we can't just leave him be." Within her large eyes, Zhou Xian looked at the golden screen and then at Silver, her eyes filled with hatred. There were enemies everywhere in the universe, such as the Outerverse Six-Fingered Tribe and the Wei family, the Innerverse Dire Barbarian Tribe and the Soul Dream Tribe, and the Neoverse Seven Quartz Shi family and the Spectre race. Because of the origin of their battle techniques, there was an unresolvable hatred between the two sides. It was precisely because of the Shi family that the Spectre race had been attacked by the various powers of the Neoverse and had almost been exterminated. They had been forced to join the Neo-Human Alliance. The Shi family was not doing well either, as they were one of the Seven Courts, but they only had a few descendants left. Zhou Xian understood the Spectre race very well, so she was not worried about Xianxing's safety. Although the death aura was terrifying, it was not at the level where it could break through the Three Suns ancestral chi. Zhou Xian had seen the true strength of the Three Suns ancestral chi, and she believed that Xianxia was absolutely invincible. In this universe, no one could defeat Xianxia. On the golden screen, Yuhua Mavis surpassed everyone else and punched at Corpse Ghost. The Mavis family had never lost in a contest of strength, and she did not want to be the first to do so. Invisible Light frowned. This was too reckless. There was a thump, and Corpse Ghost's punch sent Yuhua Mavis flying back a few hundred meters. Cracks appeared on her right fist and her white bones could be vaguely seen. Yuhua Mavis charged forward again, but she was stopped by invisible light. "Don't fight it head-on. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Star Step was a book, a world, and a universe. Every character in the book had their own unique characteristics, their own personalities, and their own persistence and desire for power. Windswept did his best to show them to everyone. That was a world of flesh and blood. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Windswept continued to write. Chapter 1144. Without seeing the light, he didn't understand the Mavis family. Although the ascended Mavis looked gentle, intelligent, and rational, she was still a Mavis after all. She was extremely strong and there was a ruthlessness in her bones. She wasn't good at fighting head-on battles, and the more she was suppressed, the more this ruthlessness would surge forth. She passed by invisible light, her fist glowing green as she punched out. Corpse Ghost's death aura wrapped around her as he punched out as well. Infinite strength. Emergence Mavis shouted as she collided with Corpse Ghost's fist. With a bang, the void shattered and a huge shockwave pushed back invisible light and the others from Spirit Palace. The corpse ghoul stood in place without moving, while Metamorphosis Mavis was sent flying. The descendants of the tree heart of the Mavis clan were indeed terrifyingly strong. If Corpse Ghost hadn't been at the third transformation of the Corpse King transformation, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. However, no matter how strong he was, he still had a limit. Otherwise, he would truly be invincible. Throughout the generations, none of the descendants of the tree heart of the Mavis clan had ever met an expert who could suppress their strength. Corpse Ghost pushed Emergence Mavis back and raised his hands, using pure strength to attack Xianxia and the others. He had single-handedly defeated Xianxia, Invisible Light, Spirit Palace, and Xiaojiu. At this moment he was truly invincible. Another expert appeared on the screen as Quiet Weep charged towards Corpse Ghost with a spear in her hand. Corpse Ghost raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xianxia and the others. However, Quiet Weep's spear pierced through Corpse Ghost's head. Corpse Ghost paused for a moment before grabbing the black spear and throwing Quiet Weep off her horse. The horse raised its hooves and stomped towards Corpse Ghost, but Corpse Ghost didn't even move. He slapped the horse out of the golden screen. Quiet Weep looked at Corpse Ghost in shock. What terrifying physical strength. A book appeared above his head. There was an expert in ancient times named Lu Guai. 11th Sword Origin Splitting. Sword light flashed and Corpse Ghost had no intention of dodging. A huge wound appeared on his body from the 11th sword, but it quickly healed. Corpse Ghost raised his right hand and sent another palm strike towards Quiet Weep, forcing Xianxia and the others to retreat. Quiet Weep looked at Corpse Ghost in disbelief. He's a third transformation Corpse King. We can't destroy him with our strength. Xianxia stepped forward. I'll use the Great Shift Array to throw him out. Yu Qi said in a low voice, even if I throw him out he'll be back soon. Corpse Ghost roared. He raised his hands and sent out palm after palm strike. Just the wind from his palm strike was enough to suppress everyone. Only Quiet Weep was able to ignore his attacks. However, even she couldn't find a way to defeat Corpse Ghost. In the distance, Silver also couldn't find a way to deal with the Prime Clear. Even if the Prime Clear couldn't move, the three young ancestral Qi wasn't something that he could get close to. Silver was also very helpless. They had already overestimated the three sons' ancestral Qi, yet they still underestimated it. His deathly aura was actually suppressed by a single strand of three sons' ancestral Qi, unable to damage the Prime Clear's body from the inside. Otherwise, this battle would have ended long ago. Since I can't deal with you, I can only use others to complete my mission. Fortunately, the 13th sword is enough to complete my mission. Silver avoided the three sons' ancestral Qi and reached out to grab Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu was unable to move. Shangqing's eyes widened and a stream of energy appeared in front of Lu Tianmu. It seems that only the two of you from the Neo-Human Alliance have come. Silver retreated and looked at Shangqing in surprise. How many did you think would come? Shangqing exhaled. You're all very confident, but you've underestimated the three young ancestral Qi. Silver narrowed his eyes and stared at Shangqing. Lu Tianmu looked at Shangqing as well. Three strands of ancestral Qi revolved around Shangqing's body. One strand of ancestral Qi suppressed the deathly aura, and the last strand of ancestral Qi stood in front of Lu Tianmu. It slowly transformed from a stream of energy into the shape of a human with a nose, eyes, arms and legs. Finally, It transformed into a handsome man who looked somewhat cold and somewhat similar to Xiajuyo. Silver looked on in surprise. What was this? Shangqing looked at Silver calmly. Since ancient times, cultivators of the Three Suns ancestral qi have always been targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. You've done everything in your power to kill users of the Three Suns ancestral qi, but have you ever truly seen it? Do you dare to let users of the Three Suns ancestral qi cultivate it? Silver's eyes flashed. Indeed, the Three Suns ancestral qi was known as the universe's #1 mystical art. Anyone who cultivated this art would definitely be the first target of the Neo-Human Alliance. They had never thought of giving users of the Three Suns ancestral qi any chance. It was for this reason that Shangqing hadn't appeared even during the invasion of the Sixth Mainland. He had remained under the protection of the Hall of Honor, so he hadn't even had the chance to train. There were pros and cons to this method. The pros were that it could protect his life and allow him to cultivate in peace. The cons were that he wouldn't be able to train. However, in the eyes of the Hall of Honor, as long as one successfully cultivated the Three Suns ancestral qi, it didn't matter if they trained or not. They would be invincible. Throughout history, numerous geniuses who cultivated the Three Suns ancestral qi had been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. They didn't want to suffer such a loss. In the Battle of the Mountain and Sea Realm, Shangqing had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone thought that it was because of the invincibility of the Three Suns ancestral qi. However, that wasn't the case. Only one person had ever seen the true Three Suns ancestral qi, and that was Zhou Xian. Her secret art of the evil character could use the Three Suns ancestral qi to fight against it. That was how she was able to force Shangqing to use the true Three Suns ancestral qi. After witnessing the Three Suns ancestral qi, Zhou Xian was confident that no one could defeat Shangqing. Now the true Three Suns ancestral qi had appeared. In the distance, Xiajuyo's third-style saber intent slashed at Corpse Ghost, but it only left a scar on its body. It wasn't much stronger than Hidden Weeping's 11th sword. Corpse Ghost's palm wind swept out and Xiajuyo retreated. He looked past Corpse Ghost and saw the transformation of the Three Suns ancestral qi in front of Lu Tianmu. His gaze froze, then turned to disbelief. It was as if he had seen something incomprehensible. The figure formed by the Three Suns ancestral qi looked somewhat similar to Xiajuyo. It stood in front of Lu Tianmu looking at Silver with lifeless eyes. The scene was a little strange, and even Silver found it very strange. Shangqing arrogantly asked, "Have you seen Ancestor Qin?" Silver didn't understand. In the next moment, the figure formed by the Three Suns ancestral qi disappeared and reappeared in front of Silver. It raised its hand, burning with illusory flames that looked very similar to Burial Garden's Hidden Weeping. Silver's body was blocked by the deathly aura, but the figure's palm passed through the deathly aura and slammed into Silver's chest. Silver felt his chest tighten and he almost coughed up blood. He looked up in shock. What was that? The figure continued to attack, disappearing and reappearing as it slammed its palm down on Silver's head. Silver frowned. Butterfly. The saber danced and slashed out. Butterfly. The saber slashed past the figure, cutting through the void. However, the figure's palm still landed on Silver's shoulder, pushing him back. Silver steadied himself with great difficulty and looked at his shoulder in confusion. There was still an illusory black flame burning there, and intense pain spread through his body. That was a real palm strike, so why was it able to ignore his attack? He suddenly looked at Burial Garden's Hidden Weeping. At this moment, Hidden Weeping was also looking at the figure. The figure's technique was exactly the same as his. They were both transparent and could ignore the opponent's attack. There was also that illusory black flame. Facing the unknown, Silver could only retreat. He didn't dare to fight the figure head-on. However, the figure was extremely fast. It alternated between illusory and real, and Silver was suppressed. In the distance, Hidden Weeping seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Shangqing in shock. Shangqing smiled, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled arrogance. Ever since he had cultivated the Three Suns ancestral qi, he had known that he would not be defeated. He had thought that no one would be able to force him to use his true strength in this war in the Mountain and Sea Realm, but he had never expected to encounter the Neo-Human Alliance. Using the Neo-Human Alliance as a stepping stone on his path to becoming a progenitor wasn't a bad idea. Silver continuously dodged the figure's attacks. This figure was formed from the Three Suns ancestral qi, but it seemed to have a mind of its own. Every time the figure attacked, It would seal off Silver's path of retreat. If not for Silver's strength, he would have already been defeated. It didn't feel like he was facing off against a stream of energy, but rather an absolute powerhouse who was also an enlighter. Felt like he was facing off against hidden weeping. Left with no choice, Silver appeared beside Corpse Ghost, and Corpse Ghost swatted at the figure. A hand swept past the figure, who then placed a single palm on Corpse Ghost's chest. There was a thump, but Corpse Ghost only trembled slightly and was not injured. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes trembled as he saw that Yu Hua and the others were about to attack Silver. He shouted, "Back down." Then a streak of 3 suns' ancestral qi whizzed out from his body and took the form of a human in midair. A dark light appeared in his hand, which transformed into a long blade that he slashed out. Xiajuya's pupils shrank. This was the Xia family's 3 forms of blade intent. The first form of blade intent tore through the void and slashed at Corpse Ghost, tearing a large bloody wound on its body. Corpse Ghost roared and slapped at the figure in front of it. The figure became illusory again and pierced through Corpse Ghost, forcing Silver to retreat. The other figure's second form of blade intent descended and slashed at Corpse Ghost's shoulder, almost severing it in 2 as it tore through the void. This scene shocked everyone and they were puzzled. These 2 figures were born from the 3 suns' ancestral qi, and their strength definitely did not surpass Xianxia's, which meant that they were only enlighters. They were both enlighters, so how could they injure Corpse Ghost? Corpse Ghost was already invincible, and even the 3 suns' ancestral qi might not be able to defeat it. However, it had been injured by a single stream of air. Xiajuya was shocked. Ancestor. Beside him, Yuip was equally shocked. Progenitor Qin. The others were puzzled. Within the giant eye, Xianxia saw this scene for the second time. She exhaled, but her eyes were still filled with shock. This is the true face of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. It can transform into a progenitor of the same generation to fight. Those 2 figures should be Progenitor Chen's clones. You guys are fighting against an enlighter like Progenitor Chen. How can you win? Since ancient times, who can defeat Progenitor Chen? Progenitor Chen was synonymous with invincibility in the long river of time. He had created the 9 clones technique, the Sirius technique, the Xia secret word, the 3 forms of blade intent, and so on. At their peak, each clone could fight against a progenitor, and each clone had created a progenitor battle technique that allowed him to fight against 9 opponents at once. This was Progenitor Chen. The Xianxia was invincible in the mountain and sea realm, but no one dared to say that he would definitely reach the progenitor realm. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1145. No one knew exactly how powerful Ancestor Chen was when he was in the Prime Clear realm. At this moment they finally understood. The first person to experience it was Silver. Corpse Ghost used the 3rd transformation of the Corpse King to fuse with the Death Aura to suppress Yu Hua, Mavis and the others. However, it was injured by Progenitor Chen's first move. Progenitor Chen alone was enough to deal with Corpse Ghost. Silver had never imagined that this would be the true power of the 3 young ancestral energy. With such terrifying power, it was no wonder that it was known as the #1 magical art in the universe. Forget about dealing with him. If the Prime Clear lineage truly unleashed the 3 young ancestral energy, it would be the equivalent of summoning 3 former Ancestor Realm experts to help him. One of them would be enough to dominate the entire mountain and sea realm. This was the true face of the #1 martial art in the universe. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. No wonder he had always been so high profile. He was so high profile that he did not care even when he was surrounded by everyone. He had the ability to do so. Ghost Monkey peeked out from within his enormous eyes and clicked his tongue. 7th bro, oh 7th bro, you don't even know what kind of opponent you're facing. He's a freak and he's way too freakish. Who could possibly defeat him? Gu Shao, gulped. Father, you can't blame me. You can only blame this universe for being too unreasonable. Beside him, Xianxia rolled her eyes. Fight? Don't even think about it, just fight for 2nd place. Ever since Lu Yin had participated in the warfront at the Erudite Flow Zone's border warfront, the monkey had been by his side the entire time, and he had witnessed all of Lu Yin's miracles. His confidence in Lu Yin was stronger than anyone else's, and he believed that Lu Yin would be invincible as long as he was given enough time. However, at this moment the monkey no longer had that confidence. The 3 suns' ancestral qi was a strange technique that left people speechless. It was no wonder why someone dared to say that it was comparable to the 9 clones technique. Back then it was already disdainful. Who could compare to the 9 clones technique? Now he was sure that the 3 suns ancestral chi could do it. 3 suns ancestral chi, 3 streams of chi. 2 of them could turn into progenitor Chen's avatar. What about the last stream of chi? Who was it? Thinking of this, Ghost Monkey felt his scalp go numb. Under the long river of time, not many progenitor realm experts had been born. Moreover, there were some progenitor realm experts that even history didn't dare to record. Since this prime clear had chosen progenitor Chen, then the other chi current would either be progenitor Chen or definitely not an ordinary person. It couldn't be progenitor Wuxiang, right? In the distance, Lu Yin woke up from his stupor and looked around at the starry sky formed from star energy. He rolled his die without hesitation. He didn't have a single star crystal on him, so there wasn't enough for him to enter that mysterious space. He condensed the surrounding star energy into crystals and restored the die. This time it was 3 dots. He waved his hand to disperse them and started again. This time he rolled 4 pips. The scene before his eyes changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. The reason why he had to enter the time-stop space was because there was clearly not enough time outside. Even though he hadn't seen the battle outside, he had heard the conversation between Ghost Monkey and Zhou Xian. It seemed like an incredible battle technique had appeared outside. No matter what battle technique it was, it had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to comprehend star energy control and recall everything that he had seen in his eyes. As he thought about it, he used the star energy within his body to condense over 10,000 star essence to increase the duration of the time-stop space. He then sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. A month passed. Lu Yin opened his eyes and raised a hand. His star energy transformed into various forms, but it didn't change much. As he thought about it, he continued to comprehend. 2 months passed, and when he raised his hand again, the star energy seemed to have changed slightly. His eyes lit up and he continued. 4 months later he raised his hand and his perception of star energy had changed. Previously he had viewed star energy as star energy, but now there was an additional layer of microscopic world to his star energy. Someone once said that the end of the microscopic world was the macroscopic world. Star energy was very subtle and ordinary people couldn't see it with their naked eyes. It was a microscopic world, but now he could see through star energy and into the macroscopic world. This was the world realm of star energy control. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and turned it into a gaseous state before transforming into a starry sky. The starry sky continuously shrank and shrank before suddenly exploding like the Big Bang. His control over star energy had undergone a qualitative change. Even he didn't know how much his power level had increased by. That's right, he suddenly recalled something. The stars on the surface of his body began to revolve, and the cosmic art was activated to 520 stars. Then he shut his eyes. A few days later his eyes widened as the number of stars on the surface of his body increased from 600, 600, 600, 600, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 720, 726 stars. This was the limit of the 3rd level of the cosmic art. Lu Yin stood up and looked around in delight. He had activated a total of 726 stars, which was the limit of the 3rd layer of the serious art. He hadn't expected that increasing his star energy control would bring about such benefits. The star energy on Lu Yin's body condensed and transformed into star essence, increasing the number of days in the time-stop space. Since his star energy control had reached the world realm, the next step was to comprehend a sourcebox array. Although he had yet to successfully unlock a boundless advanced sourcebox, his current abilities were enough for him to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was definitely capable of comprehending a sourcebox array. He only had one sourcebox array, which was the one he had obtained from Shangju's study on the Red Planet. It had come from the Sirius sect. This array's origins were too obvious, and even if he could comprehend it, he couldn't use it casually. Otherwise, the Sirius sect would definitely sense it. However, it could still save his life in a critical moment. Speaking of which, he had just formalized the Sirius art, and now he had to create a greater teleportation array. There was still the danger of the blood-colored bell that had yet to be resolved. Lu Yin pursed his lips, but it didn't matter. If he could comprehend something, then so be it. It was better than nothing. Lu Yin recalled the sourcebox array that he had seen before and closed his eyes to study it. Sourcebox arrays were very complicated and they were set up using sourceboxes. Because each sourcebox had different killing intent, they could form unique powers. This was the true nature of sourcebox arrays. In Lu Yin's opinion, sourcebox arrays were like a fixed formula that could produce a mysterious power. As long as one could follow the steps in the formula, regardless of whether it was a sourcebox or star energy, they could achieve similar effects. When Xianxia had been thrown out by Zhou Xian's sourcebox array using her star energy. However, it wasn't easy to accomplish this. The first step was to understand the sourcebox array. Without reaching the boundless advanced lockbreaker level, it was impossible for one to understand the sourcebox array. They wouldn't even be able to comprehend the danger within the sourcebox array, and they wouldn't even be able to come into contact with it. However, this was only the first step. Some lockbreakers relied on their powerful cultivations to forcefully fix the formula of a sourcebox array. All one needed to do was find a sourcebox array that was similar to the formula. Although it was difficult and time-consuming, it was still doable. This was actually the choice of many lockbreakers in the human domain. The next level was someone like Zhou Xian, whose control of star energy could reach the level of setting up a sourcebox array. However, it was too difficult to reach this level as one's control of star energy had to reach the world realm. Otherwise, even someone at the Divine Eye realm would only be able to see it clearly and not do it. Lu Yin had previously reached the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Elysian Lake's spring water, and he had also easily reached the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Giant Eye. If it had been any other lockbreaker, this would have been considered an inheritance, but Lu Yin had used his time-stop space to extend this inheritance to the world realm. Only by reaching the world realm could one see the limits of the microscopic world of star energy. Only then could one use star energy to set up a sourcebox array. Without comprehending a sourcebox array, it would seem like a complicated process that even a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would not be able to understand. However, once one comprehended a sourcebox array, it would become a simple formula. Lu Yin now knew the sourcebox array formula for a greater teleportation array. What he needed to do now was control his star energy and set up the array. Comprehending it was one thing, but doing it and setting it up in battle was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Lu Yin calmed himself down and quietly comprehended the formula. Sometimes he would use his star energy to transform, and other times, it would disappear. Just like that, more than half a year passed in the time-stop space. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand. Star energy spread out in all directions. It was invisible to the naked eye, but he could clearly see that to his left, the star energy had fanned out to form a pushing force, while to his right, the star energy had formed an arc of attack. Front, back, and even in all directions, the star energy attacks were all different, but they all seemed to work together to form a strange attack pattern. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he tapped lightly with his finger. All of the star energy erupted and the space at the center of the star energy distorted. Everything then calmed down. This was a greater teleportation array. If a person had been standing at the center of the array, they would have been thrown out by Lu Yin. Of course, the distance was limited because he had only set it up in an instant. If he had set it up for a longer period of time like Zhou Xian, then he would have been able to throw the entire empty space platform into outer space. Lu Yin looked up and let out a long sigh. He had spent nearly a year to raise his star energy control to the world realm, and his serious art had reached 726 cores. He had also mastered the 3rd level and comprehended a greater teleportation array. He had not wasted an entire year. He looked at the time and saw that there was not much time left. Lu Yin sat down once more and quietly recited the Stonewall scriptures as he waited to leave. The Stonewall scriptures were always useful at the most crucial moments. Lu Yin did not know who that old man had been or why he had been in the Outerverse. According to him, the Stonewall scriptures were a mess, but even so they still had such an effect. They had allowed Lu Yin's spiritual force to subtly increase to the point where he could remain conscious under Night King Zhenwu's attacks. He had even been able to activate the 9 cauldrons and obtain the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. Back then he had not only obtained the Stonewall scriptures, but also a set of numbers that Lu Yin did not dare to forget. He had a premonition that in the future, this set of numbers would be just as important as the Stonewall scriptures. That old man had told Lu Yin to go to the Neoverse and hand over the Stonewall scriptures to someone. However, the old man had not revealed who that person was, And that person had also helped Lu Yin remove the hidden injuries that had been inflicted on his body. If not for that encounter, Lu Yin would not have been able to achieve what he had today. Lu Yin recalled his past experiences and recited the Stonewall scriptures. After a period of time, the scene in front of him changed and he walked out of the time-stop space and appeared within the giant eye. As soon as he exited, Lu Yin absorbed the surrounding star energy to replenish himself. In the distance, Xianxia, Ghost Monkey and Gu Xiaosu were still sneaking glances outside. To Lu Yin, almost a year had passed and it felt like a lifetime had passed. However, to the three of them it had not even been a second. It had only been an instant. Chapter 1146. Lu Yin walked over and looked at the golden screen outside. When he saw the current situation, he was shocked. That's the ancestral chi of the three suns? The monkey fused into Lu Yin's arm. Gu Shower saw Lu Yin walk over. Bro, you're awake? You saved my life so I don't have to say anything. I owe you my life. Lu Yin didn't care about Gu Shower's words at all, and he continued to stare at the golden screen in shock as he watched the prime clear fight against two opponents, including the corpse ghost. In Lu Yin's eyes, the corpse ghost's rune lines were enormous, and it probably had a power level of over 400,000. It was an absolute powerhouse, and the rune lines of Yuhua Mavis and the others paled in comparison. However, the person formed from the Prime Clear's ancestral chi was actually able to injure the corpse ghost and even fight it to a standstill. It was simply unbelievable. Xianxia was shocked. That's progenitor Qin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Progenitor Qin? Xianxia lowered her voice. The true nature of the ancestral chi of the three suns is that it can transform into a progenitor with the same power level. The Prime Clear was an enlighter, and his ancestral chi transformed into progenitor Qin, who had the same power level as him. She then looked at Lu Yin. I used to think that our generation was different and it was impossible for there to be so many geniuses like us in history. However, the strength of the older generation is astonishing. At least, no one in our generation can match up to that corpse king, but progenitor Qin can. Lu Yin stared in shock at the figure fighting the corpse ghost on the golden screen. It was progenitor Qin, and every strike had heavily injured the corpse ghost. The blade intent made Lu Yin's hair stand on end, and even he wouldn't be able to use the strategy secret art to avoid it. Was this progenitor Qin's strength when he was an enlighter? The Prime Clear has already surpassed progenitor Qin. He transformed into progenitor Qin to fight against the corpse king. Gu Shower couldn't help but comment. Xianxia shook her head. It's not the same. The Prime Clear is indeed invincible, but he relied on the ancestral chi of the three suns and progenitor Qin. If he relied on his own strength, he wouldn't have been able to reach the progenitor realm. It's impossible for him to rely on the ancestral chi of the three suns to reach the progenitor realm. A technique is just a technique and it's not a path to the progenitor realm. You make it sound like you've reached the progenitor realm. Xianxia frowned and stared at Gu Shao. You're asking for a beating. Gu Shao glanced at Xianxia's clothes, which barely covered her skin, and licked his lips. You can slap me if you want. Xianxia harumphed coldly and continued to look at the golden screen. At this moment on the golden screen, Silver was in a very difficult situation. He was no match for the human figure in front of him. He was also facing progenitor Qin's clone, and he was in a very difficult situation. His attacks were completely ignored by progenitor Qin's clone, and the attacks from progenitor Qin's clone made him feel very uncomfortable. Not far away, corpse ghost roared. Although progenitor Qin's doppelganger's saber intent couldn't cause any fatal damage to him, he was the only one who could suppress him in a one-on-one battle. Corpse Ghost was also fighting impatiently. The Prime Clear lineage had the right to be arrogant. Out of the three ancestral chi of the three suns, he still retained a strand of ancestral chi. Everyone was guessing who that strand of ancestral chi would take the form of, including Silver. He finally understood why the Neo-Human Alliance had paid such a huge price to capture the Prime Clear lineage. The three suns' ancestral chi was truly heaven-defying. Once the Prime Clear lineage matured and reached the level of an emissary or even a battle prowess of 1,000,000, he would be invincible. Who could face an progenitor of that era? Even if an progenitor had a battle prowess of 1,000,000, he could still challenge a half-ancestor. That kind of power was simply unfathomable. There were definitely people in the Neo-Human Alliance who knew the true identity of the three suns' ancestral chi. Since he knew how terrifying the Three Suns' ancestral chi was, there was no reason for Silver to let it slip away. Corpse Ghost, fourth transformation, Silver said as he dodged Progenitor Chen's clone's attack. Previously he had also asked Corpse Ghost to undergo the fourth transformation, but he had given up and only used Death Chi to strengthen it. He had also said that Corpse Ghost was unable to undergo the fourth transformation with its current strength. Now he spoke again. This time Corpse Ghost paused for a moment then roared at the sky. In the distance Yuhua Mavis and the others were shocked. It really was the fourth transformation. Terrifying waves of energy spread out. The prime clear lineage's gaze turned cold, and the last strand of ancestral chi whizzed out, gradually taking the form of a human. Even the prime clear lineage could feel the pressure. Progenitor Chen was indeed invincible, but it was impossible for him to fight against a fourth transformation Corpse Ghost. Corpse Ghost's physical strength was enough to cause even envoys to feel apprehensive, even if he did not use any battle techniques. To the prime clear lineage, Corpse Ghost had surpassed several realms. Silver's lips curled up and he looked at the prime clear lineage with a mocking gaze. Below, Lu Yin had a bad feeling. The moment he saw Silver, he knew that the prime clear lineage was about to be schemed against. This guy was too patient and he was also too good at pretending. The second strand of ancestral chi took the form of a human, but at this moment, Corpse Ghost suddenly sped up and swept its right arm. The Progenitor Chen's clone slashed down and the third style's blade intent, which far surpassed Xiajuyo's, severed the Corpse Ghost's right arm. However, the clone was also forced back by Corpse Ghost's enormous strength. The Corpse Ghost passed by Progenitor Chen's clone and grabbed the prime clear lineage with its left hand. Its true target was the prime clear lineage. Silver had used the fourth transformation to threaten the prime clear lineage, causing the last strand of ancestral chi to appear while leaving the prime clear lineage without any protection. The prime clear lineage was unable to react to this unforeseen event. He had originally thought that Progenitor Chen's clone would be able to stop the Corpse Ghost. Based on the previous battle, Progenitor Chen's clone would indeed be able to stop the Corpse Ghost, but the Corpse Ghost's explosive strength at that moment was far greater than before. This was all part of Silver's plan. He had been suppressing the Corpse Ghost's strength all along, waiting for this moment. His goal was not to defeat the prime clear lineage, but rather to capture the prime clear lineage. Even Yuhua Mavis, Qiu Shi, and the rest could not react in time, let alone lend a helping hand. They were too far away. Lu Yin could not help either as he could not block the prime clear lineage himself. He was not a saint just like Qiu Shi, and she could not use the stellar transposition to replace the prime clear lineage. The Corpse Ghost grabbed the prime clear lineage. The prime clear lineage was also very strong, but there was no way he could block the Corpse Ghost. At this moment, a barrier appeared in front of the prime clear lineage. The Corpse Ghost's claw slammed into the barrier, causing it to gradually crack. The terrifying shockwave from the Corpse Ghost's attack injured the prime clear lineage even though he was separated by the barrier. Coupled with the injuries caused by the 13th sword, the prime clear lineage finally spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The barrier came from Xianxia, who had returned and was now standing on top of the golden screen. He had been tossed out by Qiu Shi using a greater teleportation array, but he had appeared at the most critical moment. The invincible barrier had also been shattered by the Corpse Ghost's claw. However, he had managed to buy himself a split second of time. At that moment, the golden screen suddenly trembled and golden light shone brightly. Silver's expression changed. Corpse Ghost, jump. He and the Corpse Ghost jumped off the golden screen at the same time. The golden screen swept up the prime clear lineage Yuhua Mavis, Ming Guang, Ling Gong, Lu Tianmu, Xiajuyo, Wensansi and Yochi, and they all disappeared from the mountain and sea realm. Outside of the giant eye, Lu Yin was stunned. The golden screen had disappeared? Within the mountain and sea realm many people were stunned as well. The golden screen had actually disappeared? What the hell? Xie Xiaoxian's expression changed. It's the Hall of Honor. They took those people away. Lu Yin's heart sank and he looked at the distant Silver who had jumped off the golden screen. Silver also looked over at the same time and his gaze was bone-chilling. No one had expected that the Hall of Honor would have a backup plan in the mountain and sea realm. The golden screen had not appeared by the mountain and sea realm on its own, but rather by the Hall of Honor. The Neo-Human Alliance had tried to capture the prime clear lineage as well as the other geniuses who could fight on the highest stage. however, that had been wishful thinking, as the Hall of Honor had long since made preparations. When Lu Yin thought about this, the only feeling he had was that he had been abandoned. It wasn't just him. Everyone else in the mountain and sea realm who had competed for the Star Tower had been abandoned as well. They would have to face the experts of the Neo-Human Alliance, and if they were lucky they could wait for the Hall of Honor or the other powers to rescue them. If they were unlucky, their lives would be up to the heavens. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of being abandoned. The reason he had unified the Outerverse and worked so hard to climb up was to obtain an identity and a background so that he would not repeat the tragedy of Driftcharge Planet. He would no longer be treated like a piece of white meat, and he would no longer be someone who would die without a name. However, even if he stood at the peak of the Outerverse, the fate of being abandoned still awaited him. Of course, many of the heirs of the Neoverse top forces had been abandoned along with him. For example, Zhou Xian, Gushauer, Kulei, Little Black, Little White, Muziing, and the others. They had not been abandoned, but they had not been rescued at the first opportunity. This was because they did not stand on the highest stage and could not represent the pinnacle of their generation. This universe was cruel, and the one who could decide one's own fate would never be anyone else but oneself. Eternal Sky Island would never abandon him, but Eternal Sky Island could not represent the mountain and sea realm or the Neoverse. One day when he truly stood at the peak of the Neoverse, he would be able to decide the fates of others. Only then would he never be abandoned. At that time he would be able to abandon others. The mountain and sea realm was still filled with the remaining spiritual force from the world within the monument realm. Zhou Xian forcefully pulled Lu Yin back. Bro, back up a little. Don't let those monsters from the Neo-Human Alliance see you. Seventh bro, there's still some good stuff from the other mountains. Do you remember the mountain where Xiajuyo appeared? The cracked thing looks like a root. Do you think it's a root of wisdom? The monkey asked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A root of wisdom? That's right, that's good stuff. With that in mind, Lu Yin charged out of the giant eye and headed towards the foot of the mountain. He wanted to obtain a root of wisdom. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. It was a ghoul. Lu Yin was shocked and he hurriedly dodged. The mountain wall where he had been standing was cracked by the ghoul's claw, and even further away, Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Long time no see, Captain. Lu Yin was wary of the ghoul and he looked at Silver. There's no enmity between us, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the experts from the Hall of Honor arrive, it'll be too late for you to leave. Silver shrugged. Sorry, I couldn't capture the Xianxia, so I couldn't complete my mission. I couldn't even capture the heir of the 13 swords. I can't report back. So you're plotting against me? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Silver's lips curled up into a sly smile. Captain, you're a treasure. After cultivating for 12 years, you'll be able to stand on the highest stage of your generation and unify the Outerverse. In our eyes, you're no less valuable than the Xianxia. Chapter 1147. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If all of his secrets were exposed, his value would definitely surpass that of the Prime Clear Ones. Just his innate gift alone was enough to confuse everyone. The ghoul growled and punched at Lu Yin. Even an Ascendant Mavis couldn't match a third transformation ghoul's strength, so Lu Yin naturally couldn't. The ghoul's strength was too great and it was difficult for him to even dodge. He activated the secret art and could only rely on it to shift the ghoul's punch, just like he had done in the giant eye. The ghoul took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin, swatting down with its paw. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet and he moved. His body reappeared in the distance, but Lu Yin didn't even look back as he tried to escape. The ghoul chased after him, its strength increasing as well. It easily overtook the distance created by the plan's secret art, and the ghoul swatted down at Lu Yin's head. Stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and the 726 stars caused the ghoul's speed to decrease. He could clearly see the ghoul's movements and narrowly avoided it, but the ghoul's strength was too great. The wind from its paw brushed past him and tore his arm apart, sending him crashing into the mountain wall. The ghoul swiped at Lu Yin, but at that moment white smoke floated over and pulled him away. In the distance, Gushao was terrified, but he gritted his teeth and controlled the smoke to throw Lu Yin into the sea. Silver's lips curled up. Silver light flashed, sweeping towards Gushao. Gushao was shocked, but his body was blocked by the white smoke. The blade cut through the smoke and left a bloody gash on Gushao's neck, almost decapitating him. Guxiao was shocked and he quickly controlled more white smoke to surround himself, just like when he had faced the ghoul. Lu Yin was viciously thrown into the sea by the white smoke, and the ghoul leapt down and charged at him, swatting at him with its paw. A black and white halo flashed from the side and slashed at the ghoul. The ghoul didn't dodge and allowed the halo to hit its body, leaving no wounds on its body. Little Black and Little Bai went pale. Their attacks were useless. Lu Yin shouted, "Back off." The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet again and he disappeared in another direction. The ghoul roared and chased after him again. Silver covered his head. How troublesome. Someone who's only cultivated for 12 years can actually evade a third transformation ghoul's capture. Captain, you're a treasure. Lu Yin crashed into the surface of the sea with a thump, and Corpse Ghost crashed into the sea as well. Lu Yin punched out, but Lu Yin turned around and punched out. The invisible palm print was dispersed by the wind generated by the punch. His strength was far inferior to Corpse Ghost's, and the blow to his abdomen almost caused him to vomit out his organs. The Corpse Ghost closed in and clawed down again. Lu Yin waved a hand, activating the Greater Shift Array. The ghoul was instantly thrown 1,000 meters away by the Greater Teleportation Array. It raised its head and its blood-red eyes stared at Lu Yin once more. It took a single step forward as space meant nothing to it. Lu Yin had thought of all sorts of ways to avoid the Corpse Ghost, but it was simply too powerful. Even Yu Hua, Mavis and the others working together were not a match for it. Lu Yin had no choice but to use all of his methods to evade the Corpse Ghost. Few in the human domain had been able to remain uncaught for so long, but with the Corpse Ghost's power, it would eventually be able to catch him. Lu Yin was helpless. He rolled his die hoping to get 4 pips and escape. Even if he could recover his secret technique in the time-stop space, he would still be able to hold on for a bit longer. If those who were fighting on the highest stage could see Lu Yin's performance, they would definitely be shocked. Even they were not confident that they could evade the ghoul's all-out pursuit for so long. Lu Yin's die had just appeared when a giant pale hand reached out from beside him like a ghostly claw. It grabbed him and then vanished. The ghoul paused and looked around in confusion. Silver helplessly said, "Let's go." Ghoul and the witch spirit god have both taken action. This mission can be considered a failure. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the strange doll disappeared. Mu En and the others regained their senses, and they looked towards the mountain and sea realm. They discovered that the golden screen had disappeared. Heizich's aura scanned the area and saw Xiao Bai and Blackie, but Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. Neo-Human Alliance, do you want to be hunted down by the entire universe? Mu En threatened loudly. The witch spirit god's voice rang out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Presiding Judge Mu En, you're wrong. It's not us but you. Mu En frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance wants to fight against the entire human domain. Kiki, just wait and see. Soon all of you will become slaves and be transformed. I look forward to the day of our reunion and I believe that day won't be too far away. Right, protect our little Xianxia well. We must obtain the 3 Yang ancestral chi, Kiki. With that, the witch spirit god vanished. Wait, where's Lu Yin? Did you kidnap him? He's from Everlasting Island, and the Heavenly Master will not let you off. Heizich's aura barked, but he could not find the witch spirit god's location. At the same time, in the ancient glory realm, there was a strange place on the endless land known as the Genesis realm. Half-ancestor Elder Chan was here. The moment the witch spirit god of the Neo-Human Alliance attacked the mountain and sea realm, Elder Chan opened his eyes. A giant palm pressed down, covering the entire Genesis realm and extending endlessly until it covered the sky. Elder Chan stood up. 7 sky gods, ancient god. Elder Chan, long time no see. A giant voice rang out from the Genesis realm. Elder Chan was astonished. Ancient god, you've always avoided me. Why have you come here today? I haven't fought in a long time, and I'm using you to break through to the progenitor realm. Elder Chan smiled. A mere corpse king wants to break through to the progenitor realm? What a joke. The progenitor realm is mysterious and any creature can reach it. It's another level of life and compared to you humans, both the astral beasts and us corpse kings are closer to it. Elder Chan, your vision is too limited. The giant palm pressed down, shaking the entire glory realm and causing the land to tremble, which then led to the Neoverse. Elder Chan's gaze was cold. You don't want to break through to the progenitor realm, but rather attack the Genesis realm. Who told you about this location? You're not that stupid after all. I thought that you were so old that you couldn't tell the difference. There's a spy from the Neo-Human Alliance in the Hall of Honor. Who is it? Elder Chan barked as he attacked. The next moment the entire glory realm changed. The Genesis realm was not the only place that was affected. 4 of the 7 sky gods had arrived, and they attacked the most important places in the glory realm. The 7 sky gods were not the only ones attacking, as countless corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance were attacking the Hall of Honor as well. Without warning, the Neoverse experienced the greatest upheaval in its history. The glory realm, which had not been affected even by the 6th mainland's invasion, was now filled with the flames of war. The Neo-Human Alliance was the enemy of the entire human domain. Even though it had been besieged many times over the years, it had still been developing in secret. Now the Neo-Human Alliance's power had exploded, shaking the entire glory realm. Countless experts from the Hall of Honor came out, and the Sirius sect, home of the gods, and 7 courts all took action to resist the Neo-Human Alliance. The instability of the glory realm caused the Neoverse to become unstable, and it even affected the cosmic sea. Elder Chan personally ordered everyone in the Neoverse to attack the Neo-Human Alliance, and the final battle erupted without warning. There was a place at the end of the Neoverse called the Astral Storm. It was a powerful storm that isolated the universe from the outside. The storm's power was so strong that even half-progenitor powerhouses could not penetrate it, and it isolated the human domain from the other side of the astral storm. Just as the entire Neoverse was in chaos, a figure appeared near the astral storm, accompanied by several ancient powerhouses. The figure that appeared was shrouded in darkness, but its most distinctive feature was its eyes. They were bright, intelligent, and deep, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped image. It was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, He Wuxian. He Wuxian, how bold of you to enter the astral origin realm. One of the ancient powerhouses shouted, causing the void to tremble. His power level had long since surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Several ancient powerhouses surrounded He Wuxian. He Wuxian looked around. I knew you old fogies weren't dead and that you were all hiding in the astral origin realm. Today no one can stop the Neo-Human Alliance. With that, a black mist appeared around his body, and an indescribable fluctuation spread out. The moment it reached the ancient powerhouses, their hair stood on end. Zor, progenitor? One of them cried out. Impossible. The 5th mainland doesn't have any progenitors. How did you do it, He Wuxian? Another was shocked. He Wuxian let out a hoarse laugh and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had completely changed. It was as if he was a completely different person. The surrounding powerhouses were shocked and they stared at He Wuxian. He Wuxian looked around, completely ignoring the ancient powerhouses. A strange power spread out, and in an instant everyone, including Elder Chan and the 7 sky gods, felt a chill run down their spines. They sighed with mixed emotions. How many years has it been? We're back in a familiar place. This time no one can stop us. You're not He Wuxian. Who are you? One of them was terrified. Elder Chan looked in the direction of the astral origin storm, and his pupils dilated. He was extremely nervous. The entire Neoverse was trembling, but only those who had reached a certain level of strength could feel this indescribably terrifying pressure. He Wuxian raised his head and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Humans are a weak race. We are the perfect race. Die. With that, he waved his hand and forced the ancient powerhouses to retreat. The starry sky completely collapsed, but He Wuxian did not attack them. Instead, he charged towards the astral origin storm. Not good. He's going to tear apart the astral origin storm. The ancient powerhouses were shocked, but they could not stop him. They could only watch as He Wuxian attacked the astral origin storm. At the same time, the astral origin storm began to distort, as if an indescribable power was descending from the other side. No one could understand the fear in the hearts of these ancient powerhouses. They had lived for a long time and even history might not be able to record them. They were indifferent to life and death, and at this moment they were not afraid for themselves, but for the entire human domain in the 5th mainland. Behind the astral origin storm was an ancient truth that had long been erased from history. Thank you. Looking at the small building in the distance. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. A new volume will be released soon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1148. The ancient war between the 6th and 5th mainlands was also the truth that had been erased, but that truth could not be compared to the truth after the astral source storm. It was unknown what had entered He Wuxian's body, but he had transformed into another person, instantly surpassing the half-martial ancestor realm and even reaching the martial ancestor realm. He joined forces with the even more terrifying power at the other end of the storm, gradually tearing apart the astral origin storm. The ancient powerhouses wanted to stop him, but they were powerless against He Wuxian's power. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared, making people's hair stand on end. These scarlet eyes came from behind the astral origin storm, and were only a step away from this part of the starry sky. At the same time, outside of the mountain and sea realm, a blood-colored bell rang out. The Inquisitor of the Interstellar Arbitration Court appeared, and under the shocked gazes of Heizid Shenwei and the others, he reached out toward the mountain and sea realm, ejected all of the cultivators inside, and then detonated them. The mountain and sea realm contained the legacy of an ancient ancestor realm expert. It was the 5th mountain and 5th sea of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and had always been the stage for the Star Pagoda competition. It had many legacies and represented the former glory of the 5th continent. The mountain and sea realm had been birthed by ancestor realm experts. Not even Patriarch Zen would be able to detonate the mountain and sea realm if he wanted to, let alone the judge. However, the Hall of Honor, or perhaps the entire Neoverse, had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The Grand Inquisitor's intervention was just a prelude. The mountain and sea realm had long since been prepared to explode. Following a loud explosion that covered the entire Neoverse, countless people felt their brains explode as they fainted. The mountain and sea realm had exploded. The 5 mountains and 5 seas had been created by the ancestor realm, and the new cosmos had existed for countless years. It had done everything in its power to detonate the mountain and sea realm, which was equivalent to detonating the treasures of 5 ancestor realm experts. As of this moment, even the chief judge's eyes were wide as he stared at the scene playing out in front of him. The mountain and sea realm exploded, and the 5 mountains and 5 seas were pushed aside. One part of the mountain and sea realm spread out toward the south, while the other part spread out toward the west. The mountains and seas exploded, and the remaining spiritual force within instantly evaporated. The void was torn apart, but this was not the void that a hunter could tear apart. This was the true universe, the universe that gave birth to astral sources. Even envoys could not tear apart the void, but at this moment, it was completely torn apart. Outside the stellar source storm, a tall mountain appeared in front of the few ancient great beings. It exploded and tore apart the stellar source universe, separating the stellar source storm and He Wuxian. It formed a huge horizontal black hole like a giant beast. This horizontal black hole extended westward for an unknown distance. Even the ancient experts could not see the end of it. The head inquisitor looked to the west in shock. Even he could not see the end. This was a masterpiece that the Hall of Honor had joined forces with the entire Neoverse, including the most ancient experts from the Sirius sect, the home of the gods and the burial garden. The 5 mountains and 5 seas had exploded, tearing apart the astral source universe and forming a true horizontal black hole that crossed the Neoverse, the cosmic sea, and even parts of the Innerverse and the Starfall Sea before finally reaching the 6th mainland. The moment the 5 mountains and 5 seas exploded, the entire new universe changed drastically. Elder Zen's eyes were filled with shock as he walked out of the stellar source universe and looked toward the west. On the other side, one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 celestial gods, the ancient god, was also looking toward the west with a blank expression on his face. After a while, Boss Chan laughed. His laughter was very carefree, as if he was venting the countless years of pent-up frustration in his heart. The ancient god stared at the west and then followed the horizontal black hole to the east. He clenched his fists and stared at Elder Zen. "You schemed against us." Elder Zen laughed. "How many years has it been? I don't even remember how many years it's been. This day has finally come." The ancient god growled, "What did you do?" Elder Zen laughed heartily and looked at the ancient god. "Don't you remember the truth of history? How did my 5th mainland's Daoist sect get destroyed? Even more ancient times, how did the 4 mainlands get destroyed? Have you forgotten? Countless ancestors sacrificed their entire lives for this day. Did you really think that you could successfully tear apart the astral source storm and occupy my fifth mainland? Stop dreaming. Everything that you did was within our expectations. The ancient god was shocked. You schemed against us? The 5 prodigies of the stars, the mountain and sea realm, the outer verse, and even the sixth mainland's heavenly transformation were all part of your scheme. Elder Zen exhaled and his gaze was complicated. A scheme that spanned countless years. Years are no longer enough to record time, and even I have almost forgotten why this scheme was set up. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see it in my lifetime, but it has finally appeared. It's time to pay back the damage that you caused us and the damage that the sixth mainland did to us. The ancient god clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. A long time ago there was only one person who could set up such a scheme, and that was Ancestor Hui. Is Ancestor Hui dead? Elder Zen did not answer. Instead he looked in the direction of the astral source storm. The ancient god looked over as well. At the same time, the other 3 from the 7 sky gods also looked over at the places where the glory realm had been attacked. The astral source storm had been torn apart at this moment. It was as if an ancient seal had been opened, and countless scarlet eyes crossed the storm and Wuxian to appear in space above the fifth mainland. Separated by the horizontal black hole, they looked at the fifth mainland and the ancient powerhouses. Within the horizontal black hole, the ancient powerhouses exchanged glances. Suddenly, as if they had heard something, they nodded and moved to distort the void, covering the scene outside the horizontal black hole. Wuxian stood in space, gritting his teeth as he stared ahead. He had been tricked. He had actually been tricked. He had thought that he would be able to break through the seal and completely destroy the fifth mainland, but he had actually been tricked. The time span of this scheme is enough to wipe out a race's history. It's enough to cover up all truths, and it's still effective today. There's only one person in the human race who can do this. Ancestor Hui, are you still alive? Wuxian muttered to himself. Even though he was furious at being tricked, he was also excited. It's good that you're alive. It's meaningless if you're all dead. If you're alive, then what about the others? Only a few of you are worthy of our attention, so don't die. Ha. The truth of history could only be seen by those at the very top. The horizontal black hole had separated the astral source storm from the fifth mainland, but it was connected to the sixth mainland. Outside the horizontal black hole, the countless scarlet eyes could not pass through it. They could only head in one direction, the sixth mainland. A calamity was about to befall the sixth mainland. The ancient truth would eventually be revealed. The grudges of the past would be avenged. The grievances, anger, despair, and howls of the past would all be paid off one day. No one in the fifth mainland could see this scene. Apart from Elder Chan and a few others, no one else could see the world outside the horizontal black hole. Most people did not know the truth of the battle between the fifth and sixth mainlands. They did not need to know that their skies had been swapped, and they naturally did not need to know that this grudge had been avenged. The plan that had been laid down for countless years by the previous Almighty had been revealed. In the glory realm, the ancient god looked to the west. As the horizontal black hole was covered up, although he was furious, he could not help but sigh in admiration. I'm impressed. Ancestor Hui is indeed Ancestor Hui. He created an unprecedented technological power for the human race. He set up a scheme from ancient times until today and resolved your calamity. I'm impressed. Among the progenitors that were born, only a few are worthy of admiration. Elder Chan sighed. A zombie like you has no right to admire Ancestor Hui. The ancient god's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Elder Chan. The sixth mainland is truly stupid. They thought you were weak, but they didn't know that they were already part of the scheme. No wonder the mountain and sea realm was placed in that position. Back then we guessed that the 5 children of the stars represented the most dazzling geniuses of the human domain. However, just because you were able to escape once doesn't mean you can escape a second time. When the sixth mainland invaded, the symbol ancestor helped you. This time Ancestor Hui helped you. What about the next time? Ancestor Qin? Or Ancestor Wushang? Or the progenitors from the previous 4 mainlands? How many times can they save you? With that, the ancient god's body vanished. Just you wait. You humans will eventually die out and we will replace you as the greatest intelligent race in the universe. We are immortal and indestructible. Elder Chan did not stop the ancient god from vanishing. As a half-ancestor himself, he could not stop him. The ancient god was right. a scheme that had lasted for eons had saved them. However, this scheme could only be used once. The Neo-Human Alliance had existed for too long, and they were basically immortal and indestructible. They definitely had the ability to plan the next calamity, so who would be able to help them then? Elder Chan inexplicably looked at the sixth mainland. If the sixth mainland had not been so stupid, they would not have ended up like this. The sixth mainland's calamity had arrived, and they might have been able to survive in the future, but they might also have ceased to exist. No matter what, they had taken revenge for the destruction of the Daoist sect. Lu Yin was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He was currently in a strange place called the Eternal Kingdom. "Welcome to the Eternal Kingdom, Captain." Silver's voice rang out as he beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly stood on a grassy plain. He was standing on a mountain that was surrounded by cities, and there were villages at the foot of the mountain. It was just like a normal person's world, but he knew that this was where the Neo-Human Alliance was located. He would never have dreamed that the headquarters of the Neo-Human Alliance, a dark organization filled with zombies, would actually be like a normal person's world. There were blue skies and white clouds above his head, green grass beneath his feet, clear rivers and fragrant flowers. The hustle and bustle of the city made him feel as if he had returned to Earth. This is the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters? Lu Yin looked at Silver in disbelief. Silver's lips curled up. That's right. This is the Eternal Kingdom. Shall I show you around? Lu Yin curiously looked into the distance and saw normal people walking around. There are zombies here? Silver smiled. There are zombies, but there are also normal people. Our Neo-Human Alliance wants to create a place where normal people and zombies can coexist. Here we want to make the zombies rational and intelligent, and we want to give normal people eternal life so that they can freely choose their innate gifts. This is our dream, and this is the Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 1149. When he heard Silver's words, Lu Yin shouted, "Impossible! How can humans live forever? Even progenitors can't. If freezing one's body can allow one to live forever, then why can't one live? That's why we need to research it. That's why it's called a dream, isn't it?" Silver smiled. Lu Yin was speechless and he looked into the distance. Were those people really zombies? They looked no different from ordinary people. They were living their lives, pursuing whatever they wanted and doing whatever they liked. This was the world of ordinary people, and it was completely different from what Lu Yin had imagined the Neo-Human Alliance headquarters to be. Lu Yin followed Silver to the city where ordinary people walked past him. Some had a lot of rune lines while others had very few rune lines. Laughter could be heard all around him and everyone seemed to be very happy. Why was this happening? Was this the nature of the Neo-Human Alliance? "Captain, would you like a drink?" Silver pointed at a nearby restaurant. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, the two sat down and a waiter who walked rather awkwardly brought them drinks. Lu Yin looked at the waiter curiously. Silver smiled. He just entered the city, so he'll slowly get used to it. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the drink in front of him, his eyes still filled with confusion. "Seventh bro, did that guy in front of you find a city filled with ordinary people to trick you?" The monkey guessed. Lu Yin had guessed as much, but that waiter and the many people around him had convinced him that this was indeed the Neo-Human Alliance. Those people were all zombies and their eyes could not lie. Everyone lived a blissful and free life, but their eyes were always scarlet and vertical. Only zombies had scarlet vertical eyes. Could zombies maintain their rationality? Could zombies live a normal life? What he had just seen completely overturned his worldview. "Hello, please give me a bag of blood, thank you," a woman said from behind the bar in a nearby restaurant. The waiter behind the bar lowered his head and took out a bag of blood before handing it to the woman. He accepted it and smiled. "Thank you." She then left the restaurant. Lu Yin was astonished. That woman was a normal person. Silver took a sip of his drink and beamed at Lu Yin. "Captain, I've been paying attention to you." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Silver. "You're paying attention to me?" Silver nodded and smiled as he praised, as expected of the captain. Since the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, quite a number of experts from the innerverse remained in the outerverse. Many of them are your enemies and they're all in lighters. At that time I thought that you were dead for sure, but not only did you survive but you even unified the outerverse. You stole the Astral River Arc, defeated Lan Si, defeated Night King Zhenwu and almost overturned the entire day-night flow zone. Captain, Everything that you've done is amazing and enviable. Lu Yin looked at Silver. What about you? You went from being a student of the Astral Combat Academy to standing on the highest stage of the human race and suppressing everyone by yourself. If we're talking about achievements, you're not any worse than me. Silver shrugged. I can't compare to Captain. In fact, I was already a hunter from the very beginning, but I used some small tricks within my clan to conceal my strength. Captain only used a mere 12 years of cultivation to reach his current level. At this point, Silver suddenly stood up and moved closer to Lu Yin. There's something mysterious happening to Captain. Lu Yin's expression did not change. Don't tell me that you also know Progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique. Silver smiled and slowly sat back down. Only Xiajuyo and Starsibyl know how to use the 9 clones technique. It's indeed powerful, and all 9 clones are extremely powerful in the later stages. The Prime Clear One used 2 strands of 3 Yang ancestral qi to create 2 of Progenitor Chen's clones, turning defeat into victory and almost killing me. That's the greatest power of the 9 clones technique, but unfortunately, it also has its flaws. Xiajuyo's clones include Xia Tian, Xiaye, Xia Luo and the others. It's fine if they don't fuse, but once they do, who's in charge? Lu Yin had also thought of this point. He understood Xia Luo, and he knew that Xia Luo would not willingly allow Xiajuyo to fuse with him. I believe that Xiajuyo was prepared from the start, but everything can change. Just like Captain, who would have thought that you would reach this point? Xia Luo is not simple. Silver smiled, taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. You didn't capture me just to tell me this, did you? Silver replied, of course not. I'm hoping that you can join our Neo-Human Alliance. We lack people like you, Captain. You're one of the most important people in the Neo-Human Alliance, and you're worth at least as much as the 3 Suns ancestral qi. Lu Yin frowned. He Wuxian specifically sought me out back then. Could it have something to do with you? Silver smiled. Who knows? Now that Silver had said this, Lu Yin knew that it definitely had something to do with this guy. Xia Luo, Silver, and Lulu Mavis had all been very difficult to deal with, and Lu Yin had no idea why so many of them had gathered on Earth. When he thought of this, he asked, why are you going to Earth? It's a coincidence. Lu Yin laughed. As if I'd believe you. Captain, you've seen it for yourself. Our Neo-Human Alliance isn't as dark as you think it is. Isn't it good to live here? There's no pressure here and everyone can live forever. Lu Yin took a deep breath. If there's no pressure, then what's the point of living forever? Silver was stunned, but then he smiled. Captain, are you rejecting me? Lu Yin laughed. Do I have the right to reject you? Silver finished his drink. Let's go, Captain. Relax. You'll have a tough time from now on. Lu Yin did not have the right to refuse. This was the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters and there were experts everywhere. Even the person who had captured him was not someone he could resist. Even if he still had his cosmic ring, it would be useless. Lu Yin's heart ached when he thought about his cosmic ring, as those people probably thought that he was dead. Fortunately, the items in his cosmic ring could not be lost. Otherwise, with so many good things, especially the 7 million star essence, his heart would ache. The entire city looked very clean and the ordinary people could really live together with the zombies. Where's the Eternal Kingdom? The Neoverse? Lu Yin asked. Silver replied, it's in a folded space in the Neoverse. Lu Yin understood. Just like the Xinwu continent, folded spaces were a strange phenomenon in the universe. Some celestial bodies in the universe would appear in parallel spaces, but these spaces did not refer to the entire universe. They were limited in scope, and they could encompass a large region of the universe or contain certain celestial bodies. They could also be just a few square meters in size. Some civilizations in folded spaces were extremely powerful because the flow of time in a folded space was not the same as in the real world. It could be countless years behind or it could be countless years ahead. At this moment, the fifth mainland, which was folded into the Eternal Kingdom, might have an identical city in space or it might be empty. Lu Yin believed that it was empty as no one would be able to find the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal Kingdom is the dream of countless people and many people call it a paradise. You'll definitely like it here, Captain, Silver said with a smile. Lu Yin and Silver slowly walked down the streets and not long after, Lu Yin discovered something strange. The people here were all dressed very tightly as if they were trying to wrap themselves up. It was clearly not cold. Captain, the Eternal Kingdom is huge. This is a city and there are mountains and seas outside. There are also islands and kingdoms and they're collectively called the Eternal Kingdom. Let me take you to have some fun, Silver said. Lu Yin nodded, but he suddenly grabbed the clothes of a passing person and pulled them aside. His pupils shrank. The monkey shrieked. The person who had been pulled aside had all of his organs and was even bleeding. It was obvious that he had been gnawed on. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and the person whose clothes had been pulled aside howled in despair. Many scarlet eyes looked over and charged at the person. Lu Yin clenched his fist and waved it, but Silver suddenly grabbed him. Silver opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the zombies. Retreat. Many of the zombies nearby panted heavily, and the person trembled as he covered his body with his clothes. Only then did the zombies slowly recover and they all returned to being ordinary people. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the person struggle to walk, his eyes filled with endless fear. He looked at Silver and asked in a bone-chilling voice, "Is this the paradise you were talking about?" Silver's expression was cold. "Captain, why do you have to expose me? Isn't paradise a good place?" Lu Yin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "These normal people are just toys for the zombies. They live together and the zombies can slaughter them at any time. They can tear apart their bodies and dig out their organs at any time. Your so-called paradise is just a paradise for the zombies, not for us humans. Your so-called eternal life is just the body's function. Everyone here lives in fear and despair." Silver's lips curled up. "So what? They really do have eternal life and they can't die. Seventh bro, will we become like that too? Cover our bodies with clothes or else they'll be dug out by the zombies. Seventh bro, think of a way to escape. Seventh bro." The monkey was terrified and even he was afraid. At this moment, this seemingly peaceful city did not give Lu Yin any peace of mind, but rather an indescribable sense of horror. The sun's rays did not bring warmth, but rather a chill. This was not a city at all, regardless of whether it was a normal person or a zombie. This was a dining table for zombies, a cage for normal people and a paradise for the Neo-Human Alliance. Next to him, inside a house, blood splattered on the window as the scarlet eye stared at Lu Yin. It was quickly wiped clean just as it had been in the beginning. Lu Yin felt like he was in an ice cellar as he had never thought that a place like this existed. This place was even more disgusting than Driftcharge Planet, and even being reduced to white meat would be more comfortable than being here. At the very least he could die there, but here no one could die even if they wanted to. Someone once said that waiting for death was even more terrifying than dying. The people here experienced this feeling at every moment, and the scariest thing was that they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Eternal life was the biggest joke in the world. The greatest hope of all the normal people here was to die. Chapter 1150. The Neo-Human Alliance was the darkest organization in the human domain, and it was also the darkest organization in the Fifth Mainland. Everyone would exterminate it the moment they saw it, and anything that had anything to do with the Neo-Human Alliance, regardless of whether it was a region, power, or environment, would be wiped out. This was the Hall of Honor's mission, and it was an ironclad order. Lu Yin had not fully understood it back then, but he did now. This was the Neo-Human Alliance, the deepest darkness of humanity. No, they were not humans but monsters. Monsters disguised as humans. You're also human. Why did you degenerate into a monster? Lu Yin stared at Silver in disbelief. A cold glint pierced through Silver's eyes and he met Lu Yin's gaze. Ever since I was young, I had a firm belief that as long as I could survive, I would not hesitate to become a monster. Lu Yin fell silent. This place made him want to vomit and the entire city made him want to destroy it. The entire Eternal Kingdom should be burned down and disappeared. Silver smiled. "Do you want to continue the tour, Captain?" Lu Yin's voice was low. "If possible, I'll destroy this place." Silver replied, "I believe you, but I also believe that such a day will never come." He paused for a moment and looked at his gadget. "Ready, Captain. Go. It's time to join us. Before that, there's someone who wants to see you. Please be respectful." This city was filled with sunlight, but it hid the deepest darkness of humanity. Lu Yin's entire being felt stifled as he walked through the Eternal Kingdom. This stifling feeling gave him the urge to vent, and he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. He wanted to destroy those zombies who treated humans like toys and turn this place into a paradise. There are many cities in the Eternal Kingdom and everyone's zombies and even I worship that place. Silver pointed into the distance. Lu Yin looked in the direction he was pointing, and he saw 7 dark towers that pierced through the clouds. He had seen these towers a long time ago. 7, the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin asked. Silver smiled and nodded. The human progenitors can create mountains and seas, but the progenitors of our Neo-Human Alliance can create the dark pagodas. What you see now is 7 pagodas which represent the 7 sky gods. But very soon you will see 8, 9, 10 and even more pagodas forming a forest. This will be the most spectacular sight of the Neo-Human Alliance in the future. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Silver. This was simply a dream. If the Neo-Human Alliance had truly achieved this, then they would have been invincible in the 5th mainland a long time ago. The 7 sky gods had at most a power level of over 1,000,000 and had reached the celestial imprint realm. It was impossible for them to reach the progenitor realm. Back then Mr. Mu had been able to easily destroy the essence, energy and spirit that He Wuxian had attached to the Corpse King. Furthermore, He Wuxian's attitude towards Mr. Mu made Lu Yin certain that the 7 sky gods were at most on the same level as Mr. Mu. With Mr. Mu around, Lu Yin still had a sliver of hope in his heart, even if it was very small. This was the Eternal Kingdom, a place that even the Hall of Honor could not destroy. He had only placed his hopes on Mr. Mu to comfort himself. Even if Mr. Mu could find this place, could he take him away? Silver led Lu Yin past mountains and rivers. Silver was right. The environment here was indeed beautiful, so beautiful that it was almost illusory. It was almost as if it had been intentionally created to look so beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it could not cover up the darkness. The 7 dark towers were not as tightly guarded as Lu Yin had expected, and they were just like a wasteland. Silver led Lu Yin towards one of the towers. Lu Yin guessed that it should be He Wuxian as he had crossed paths with him 3 times in the Outerverse. On the 3rd time, He Wuxian's essence had been destroyed by Mr. Mu. He Wuxian was the most passionate about Lu Yin, and he had even tried to use Ming Yan to force Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not expect to see He Wuxian. Instead, it was the sorcerer god who had captured him. When he saw the strange doll floating in front of him, Lu Yin felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if his life was no longer in his hands, a feeling that he only felt when facing a superpower house. This was one of the 3 dark hands that stood at the peak of the 5th mainland, one of the 7 sky gods that represented humanity's deepest darkness. Brother Lu, even if you don't belong to the Neo-Human Alliance, you should still show some basic courtesy to an elder when meeting the sorcerer god, Silver said with a smile. Lu Yin looked at the doll floating in front of him. Sorry, I can't show you any respect. Silver's smile did not change. The strange doll opened its mouth and let out a strange laugh. It doesn't matter. Soon you'll be one of us. It paused for a moment and then a sizzling sound came from it. Lu Yin felt as if he had been seen through and a chill ran down his spine. The monkey's shadow suddenly appeared and merged into the ground. 7th bro, save me. Lu Yin reached out to grab the monkey but he suddenly could not move. The world spun around him and everything in front of him went dark. He could not see any light and he fell to the ground, unable to control his own body. Suddenly he saw something, but strangely there was a deviation in his vision. The scene that he saw was higher than before, and he was shocked to find that his vision had appeared above his nose. He was using his nose to see. His 5 senses were in chaos and Lu Yin immediately thought of this. In front of him, the shadow behind the strange doll merged into the monkey's shadow, and the monkey screamed, 7th bro, save me. Kiki, save you? This is the Eternal Kingdom. Who can save you? The doll asked. Lu Yin stood in place without moving as he could not move at all. He had lost control of his own body. He was like a marionette that was at the mercy of the doll. Interesting, very interesting. You're actually a shadow? The doll's strange eyes looked at the monkey and it let out a strange laugh. The monkey was frightened and the shadow kept squirming. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Silver opened his eyes slightly and stared at the monkey. Lu Yin also stared at the monkey. The shaman's spirit child circled around the shadow. Interesting. This god is very interested in you. How about it? This god will help you break away from that human, and you will join the Neo-Human Alliance. The monkey suddenly stopped moving. Lu Yin's brows rose but he did not speak. Silver's lips curled up. The shaman's spirit child circled around again, waiting for the monkey's reply. At this point Silver spoke up. Lord Shaman Spirit God, This tamed beast absorbed the blood of a progenitor in the mountain and sea realm, and it broke through from the explorer realm to the hunter realm. It's quite strange. The shaman's spirit child suddenly stared at Silver and his body trembled. His eyes went slack and he spat out a mouthful of strange black blood. Did this god allow you to speak? The shaman's spirit god spoke and the entire dark tower trembled. Silver hurriedly lowered his head. I'm sorry, Lord Shaman's spirit god. The shaman's spirit child retracted his gaze and stared at the monkey. Kiki, you only have one chance. You can choose to join the Neo-Human Alliance and this god will help you remove the taming technique. Otherwise you will be reduced to ashes. The monkey was shocked and he hurriedly said, I'll join. Lu Yin was not surprised and he calmly watched everything unfold. Given the monkey's personality, it would be strange if he did not join. Lu Yin did not blame the monkey as it was a matter of life and death. The shaman's spirit child cackled and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt his arm burn, and then a heart-wrenching pain that almost caused him to faint. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and Lu Yin could not help but crouch on the ground like Silver. Half of his arm had been burned. The shaman's spirit child cackled and faced Lu Yin. This is what you humans are like. This god will also give you a choice. Join the Neo-Human Alliance or live a life worse than death. Your choice. The monkey's shadow remained motionless. Lu Yin panted heavily and sneered. It's not that I'm not afraid of death, but I believe that my value is enough for you to not kill me. How are you going to use me? The shaman's spirit child laughed. As expected of someone who could unify the outerverse. Your temperament is different from the average person's. Do you want to be used? Lu Yin helplessly shook his head. No one likes to be used, but only those who are useful can survive and have a future. Your future lies in the Neo-Human Alliance, said the sorcerer god. Lu Yin fell silent. The shaman's spirit child looked down at Lu Yin. Actually, this god admires you and even the 7 sky gods do. If you are willing to serve the Neo-Human Alliance and accept the transformation, then with your talent, you might be able to build a black tower in the future. Do you still remember that brat from the Outerverse Amethyst Trading Company? Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he looked at the shaman's spirit child. The shaman's spirit child cackled. He willingly accepted the transformation and was able to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. His strength increased greatly. Aren't you tempted, kid? Think about it, you were abandoned by the Hall of Honor. In the mountain and sea realm, the Hall of Honor took away the person on the highest stage but left you behind. Why? Because you can't reach that level. Is the Xianxia really more powerful than you? More talented than you? Not necessarily. In this god's eyes you far surpass the Xianxia. If he hadn't cultivated the 3 yang ancestral qi, how could he have reached that position? Anyone who can reach that position must have some background. Which one of them is like you, someone who fought their way up? Don't you think that's unfair? Don't you think that being abandoned is the greatest tragedy? So what if you unify the Outerverse? You were still abandoned. Join us, the Neo-Human Alliance, and you will obtain even more powerful techniques. You will surpass the Xianxia and the 5 children of the stars, and you will stand at the peak of humanity. In the future you will have a chance to reach the progenitor realm. It had to be said that the shaman's spirit child's words were very persuasive, and Lu Yin was tempted. He wanted to surpass the Xianxia and the others. Ever since the 3 yang ancestral qi's true face had appeared, no one had dared to say that they could defeat the Xianxia. Lu Yin really wanted to defeat the Xianxia and shake the universe, but not by relying on the Neo-Human Alliance. Although the shaman's spirit child was powerful and his words were very persuasive, Lu Yin felt that it was the opposite. The shaman's spirit child's words made Lu Yin want to break free from the Neo-Human Alliance even more. He wanted to escape and he wanted to stand on the highest stage of humanity. The Neo-Human Alliance had left humanity with no future. Without a future, what was the point of defeating the Xianxia? What was the point of fame and fortune? The Eternal Kingdom was like a normal human world. As long as one didn't tear off the oversized outer garments, as long as one didn't see the occasional bloodstains or terrifying chewing sounds, it was a beautiful paradise. It was a paradise that used beauty as a disguise to hide humanity's darkest secrets. Chapter 1151. Just like how the ordinary people here used their loose clothing to hide the fact that they had been fooled by the corpse kings and devoured, the Eternal Kingdom also used its beautiful exterior to hide its underground. Silver led Lu Yin underground. Lu Yin was not restricted and no one was watching over him. He could not escape from the Eternal Kingdom. The underground of the Eternal Kingdom was dark, and zombies would occasionally wander about unconsciously, growling softly. Only corpse kings with intelligence are allowed to leave. Otherwise they can only stay underground. Captain, this is where you'll be staying from now on. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin surveyed his surroundings and stared into the distance. There were many rune lines there, some of which were very large, some of which were very small, and some of which were constantly changing. More importantly, the entire underground area was covered by a layer of rune lines. Lu Yin raised a hand and a black gas floated out. What is this? Silver looked at Lu Yin. This is death energy. Captain, you probably haven't come into contact with it before. It's a power unique to my Spectre clan, and its effects are surprisingly good when fused with a corpse king. This is also why my Spectre clan was able to smoothly join the Neo-Human Alliance without being transformed into a corpse king. Lu Yin stared at the death energy in the air. Never come into contact with it? No, not only had he come into contact with it before, but he could also suppress it. Back at the Sea King's dome, he had ordered Faceless to deal with Feng Mo and the Bo duo, and he had succeeded. Back then he had guessed that suppressing death energy might have something to do with the arcane art of life and death, but no one had been able to help him analyze the specifics. Regardless, he could still suppress death energy. Lu Yin subconsciously did not want to get close to Silver, as Silver was also from the Spectre clan. If he fought with him, the Spectre clan might discover that Lu Yin could suppress death energy, which would be troublesome. Right, there's one more thing to tell you, Captain. Your transformation is no ordinary transformation. Silver smiled like a fox. 12 years. You've experienced 12 years of brilliance, and the Neo-Human Alliance is looking forward to it like never before. Unlike those who have been transformed, the 7 Sky Gods want to transform you into the most perfect combat weapon. Congratulations, Captain, you won't immediately be transformed into a corpse king. Lu Yin looked at Silver. So, Silver opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. So this is your only chance to escape. Lu Yin laughed. Escape? Are you kidding me? This is the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters, and the invincible 7 Sky Gods are right next to us. You want me to escape? Silver looked at Lu Yin for a while, but then he smiled and waved his hand. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously, Captain. Lu Yin had never been able to understand Silver, as he had no idea what this person was thinking or what he wanted to do. That smile of his made Lu Yin's blood run cold. The Eternal Kingdom was filled with an aura of death. Along the way, Silver had told Lu Yin many things about the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps it was because he believed that Lu Yin would not be able to escape, or perhaps it was because he was lonely, but Silver had given Lu Yin a lot of information about the Neo-Human Alliance. Not all members of the Neo-Human Alliance were corpse kings, as there were humans as well. This included the Dark Inquisition, which was formed by the Spectre race, as well as spies from the various powers. There were many powerful forces in the human domain, and almost all of these forces had spies from the Neo-Human Alliance. This fact shocked Lu Yin, but it wasn't too surprising. Humans were all afraid of death, and he was the same. In the face of life and death, there were very few people who could survive. Most people were selfish. Of the 7 Sky Gods, there's one person who's the most mysterious. Even I've never seen him before, and that's Bai Wuxian, Silver said. Not only is Bai Wuxian the most mysterious of the 7 Sky Gods, but he's also the only one who has a list of all the humans who are loyal to the Neo-Human Alliance. That list is called Eternal Life. Lu Yin listened quietly. I've heard that Bai Wuxian himself is a beauty. Who knows? Captain, if you succeed in your transformation and become the perfect combat weapon, then you might have a chance to meet Bai Wuxian. Silver smiled. Lu Yin calmly followed him. Along the way, Lu Yin saw countless corpse kings. During Earth's apocalypse, no more than 5 corpse kings had been born, but here there were at least 50,000 of them. Some of these corpse kings were extremely powerful, and their rune lines were not much weaker than Lu Yin's. Some corpse kings even glanced at him, causing him to shiver. These corpse kings stay underground all year round to absorb the aura of death. Ghouls are the same. They're my favorite companions, Silver said with a smile. He didn't stop talking along the way. In the distance, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes trembled. Someone's here. In the distance, a man was kneeling on the ground, trembling. His body was covered in countless scars of various sizes, and his hair had fallen off. Death energy had entered his body through his scars, and then spewed out through his nose. The man was experiencing unimaginable pain and he howled in anguish. His words were unclear and he was sometimes vicious and sometimes crazy. Lu Yin watched quietly. This person wasn't a corpse king but rather a normal person. This meant that he had been transformed by death energy. Silver snapped his fingers and pointed at the man. Several corpse kings rushed out from the surroundings and dragged the man away. "I'm sorry, Captain, for letting you see a failed experiment." Silver smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin fell silent. Silver smiled and continued walking forward. Not long after, he stood in place and glanced at Lu Yin before slowly retreating. Lu Yin was puzzled when a pair of white eyes opened in front of him. They were pale and emotionless as they stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the white eyes and felt his entire body go numb. Was this an innate gift? The white eyes came from a sinister-looking corpse king. The moment Lu Yin's body went numb, the corpse king charged at him and punched out. Lu Yin's body trembled as he broke free from the numbness. He raised a hand and slapped out, sending the corpse king flying. The corpse king crashed to the ground and roared as its eyes turned from white to gray. The corpse king transformed, and its aura became much stronger as it charged at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin frowned, but he slapped the corpse king to the ground again. The corpse king raised its head and roared at the sky. Black death energy appeared from its body and transformed into a blade that slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slapped the corpse king once more and this time he completely obliterated it. Silver applauded from nearby. As expected of the captain. "My Spectre Clan's eye techniques are useless against you." Lu Yin calmly looked at Silver. "What do you mean?" Silver smiled. "That was a weapon that was successfully transformed. It was originally an explorer with decent aptitude. The first stage of transformation was successful, allowing it to use my Spectre Clan's eye techniques. The second stage of transformation was successful, allowing it to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. What awaits it is the third stage, which will allow it to regain its rationality. Once that happens, it will be able to roam the human domain and work for us. And this is your final outcome, Captain. I just wanted you to see what you would become." Lu Yin looked at the shattered Corpse King. "What's the success rate of this experiment?" Silver raised a brow. "About 1 in a million." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This 1 in a million did not refer to the 1 in a million of an ordinary person. Rather, it referred to finding a cultivator with excellent aptitude from a large number of cultivators. Among those with excellent aptitudes, there was a 1 in a million chance of success. The rest of the people would either turn into mindless zombies or become corpse kings. He was beginning to understand more and more why the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. Even the Astral Beast domain and the technocracy wanted to destroy them. This organization was simply too dark. If all humans are transformed into zombies by the Neo-Human Alliance, then what's the point of your lives? Lu Yin asked. Silver smiled. Why should we transform all of them? We can leave some of them behind. Haven't humans learned how to rear food since the birth of intelligence? Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. There was nothing else to say about this person. Captain, your thoughts will change once you're transformed. Scope. Your transformation isn't outside. Silver gestured for Lu Yin to follow him. Lu Yin followed him deeper into the ground. The deeper they went, the thicker the death energy became. The corpse kings they encountered also became stronger. Silver brought Lu Yin to the deepest part of the ground where a giant pit was located. The boundless death energy was surging out of the pit. Silver looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Aside from the Spectre clan, anyone who approaches this place will be invaded by the death energy. Captain, I'm impressed that you can last this long. Lu Yin was startled. He had forgotten that normal cultivators would not be able to ignore such dense death energy. Silver had only mentioned it briefly and did not probe any further. No matter what secrets Lu Yin had, once he was transformed by the death energy, he would have no choice but to join the Neo-Human Alliance. Given the Hall of Honor's methods, there was no way they would let him live. Silver was certain that Lu Yin was aware of this. No matter how big the secret was, it would only benefit the Neo-Human Alliance in the future. There were no corpse kings near the pit, and the death energy entering one's body was not that easy to endure. Aside from the Spectre clan, anyone who absorbed the death energy would have to do it step by step. Otherwise they would easily explode. Lu Yin did not absorb the death energy near the pit, but rather thousands of kilometers away. Silver had only brought him here to take a look. In Silver's words, once Lu Yin succeeded in absorbing the death energy, he would unconsciously approach the pit. At that point he would be close to success. Death energy surged out from the pit, but Lu Yin did not know where it was coming from. Lu Yin arrived at a spot thousands of kilometers away from the pit. There were quite a few corpse kings entrenched around the pit, and all of them were unconsciously absorbing the death energy. "Captain, you can begin now. Don't make things difficult for me." Silver stood nearby and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clenched his fists and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. But in the end he relaxed his hands and sat down as if he had accepted his fate. This moment would eventually come, and regardless of whether he joined the Neo-Human Alliance or not, he would not be able to escape the fate of absorbing death energy. Lu Yin would usually leave a backup plan behind. For example, during the border war he had the jade that Mr. Mu had given him, and during the battle with Night King Jinwu he had the support of Leon's armada. Under normal circumstances he would not do anything that was not within his control. However, on the path of cultivation, life and death were determined by the heavens, and no one could guarantee their own safety. He had encountered many dangers in Iron Blood Weave, and he had even been killed by Night King Jinwu once. What had left the deepest impression on him had been his life or death calamity on Driftcharge Planet. That had been the first time he had truly felt how insignificant a person could be. He had once sworn that he would not allow himself to be placed in danger that he could not control. However, this trip to the mountain and sea realm might very well be the end of his journey. Chapter 1152. Regardless of whether or not his cosmic ring had been taken away, he would still be captured by the witch spirit god without any room for resistance. This day had been set in stone the moment he had set foot in the Neoverse. Lu Yin looked up at the dark surface and thought about it for a long time. Perhaps this was the end for him and his only hope was Mr. Mu. However, it was unlikely that Mr. Mu would be able to take him away from the Eternal Kingdom, and it was questionable whether Mr. Mu would even be able to find the Eternal Kingdom. The Neo-Human Alliance had been encircled and suppressed, but it had still been able to exist for countless years. If it was that easy to find, then it would not be the Neo-Human Alliance. Silver did not rush Lu Yin and he simply watched him with the same smile on his face. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before asking, "Silver, do you have any human emotions?" Silver's smile gradually disappeared and he looked at Lu Yin's back. "Perhaps. I've been very courteous to you, Captain." Lu Yin sighed. "You can leave. I'll absorb the death energy." Silver shrugged. "Then I'll take my leave, Captain. The next time we meet you might not be you anymore. Goodbye." "Oh no, there's no possibility of us meeting again." He then turned and left. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the crater. He had no other choice in the Eternal Kingdom, and stalling for time was not an option. Even though Silver had been very courteous to him and the witch spirit god had not done anything to him, he knew that if he tried to stall for time he would be forced into a passive transformation that he could not control. If he took the initiative to absorb the death energy, then he would have a sliver of hope with his ability to suppress it. However, if he was passive, then he would be easily discovered. Lu Yin was a decisive person, and he had the courage to become the first person in history to unite the Outerverse. He had even succeeded in doing so, so he naturally had the courage to try absorbing the death energy. If he could not avoid it, then he would take the initiative. He had accepted his fate, but he had accepted that he had to absorb the death energy and not that his mind would be affected by it. Of course, this was also a small consolation and hope in his heart. Hope was minuscule, but it was still hope. Lu Yin released his domain and then contracted it. The death energy was drawn over and absorbed into his body while he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The more dangerous the situation, the more the scriptures gave him a sense of security and miracles. In the distance, Silver turned back and saw Lu Yin absorbing the death energy. His eyes flashed and he turned to leave. "Goodbye, Captain." On the surface of Eternal Kingdom, within the Divine Witch Spirit's Black Tower, Ghost Monkey's shadow was trembling. The Divine Shaman Spirit doll cackled. "It's starting. The most perfect weapon. Absorbing the deathly aura. Given this little fellow's physical strength, I estimate that he'll be able to cultivate the Spectre race's eye technique to the golden color, and then cultivate the Corpse King transformation to the 4th or even the 5th transformation. Once he succeeds, No one in his generation will be able to stand against him. So what if he has 3 young ancestral chi? Beneath him, the monkey sighed inwardly. 7th bro, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there's nothing I can do. You're on your own now. I think that your luck is pretty good, so I hope that a miracle happens. I wish you the best of luck. In the Western realm, in a brothel, Mingyu returned to her room, her face pale. Her trip to the mountain and sea realm had been an eye-opener. As the top courtesan of the brothel, she had seen too many elites and geniuses. She had even seen experts with a combat power of 1,000,000. However, none of them were as shocking as the battle on the golden stage. Especially the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral chi. It had completely overturned her understanding of power. There was actually such a technique and battle skill in the universe. Aside from the Prime Clear, the other elites who could fight on the highest stage had also shocked her. The one who had left the deepest impression on her was the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse ghost. Dong dong dong. Come in, Mingyu said indifferently. Outside the door, the flower lady entered with a smile on her face. Although her appearance was pure and gentle, giving people a kind of simple beauty, Mingyu knew that this kind of beauty was fake. Although there were only 6 brothels, there were hundreds of flower ladies. Anyone who behaved improperly would be fired immediately, and their end would be extremely miserable. Most courtesans would never be able to enter a brothel. Those who could become courtesans were all ruthless people. Mingyu, how was your trip to the mountain and sea realm? Did you find anything you liked? Huanyang asked with a smile. Mingyu smiled. Huanyang, I'm afraid that you don't know that the mountain and sea realm is no more. Huanyang's smile did not change. Of course she knew that the mountain and sea realm was right next to it. How could she not know that the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed? This was Mingyu's mockery, but she did not care. There were many courtesans, but there was only one courtesan. Young Master Tian sent word that the competition for the 5 starry children was a failure, and there might not be any more of them in the future. That's why he's very concerned about you, Huanyang said with a smile. Mingyu's eyes were cold as she stared at Huanyang. Tell young Master Tian that I already have someone I like, and that person has agreed to marry me. Young Master Tian doesn't need to worry. Huanyang shook her head and smiled at Mingyu. You've been in the brothel for a long time, so you should know the power of the brothel. Even in the mountain and sea realm, young Master Tian also has people working for him. Do you think he doesn't know who you've been in contact with in the mountain and sea realm? Shangqing, Xiajuyo, Wensansi, and the others who stand on the highest stage, but you haven't come into contact with any of them. Mingyu's lips curled up. Since he knows, then it's easy to say. I'm just afraid that young Master Tian will think that I'm lying to him. Go and ask him who I've been with the most in the mountain and sea realm. Huanyang was shocked and she looked at Mingyu. She had also thought that Mingyu was lying, but it didn't seem like it. Mingyu stood up. Have a seat, Huanyang. I'll go check on Sister Yinyu. She then left the room. Huanyang's eyes flashed as she watched Mingyu leave. She opened her gadget and contacted someone. Mingyu left the room in disgust and went to another room. She pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Ming Yen faced the starry sky, her eyes filled with helplessness, regret, and determination. Sister Yinyu, have you not thought things through? Mingyu asked as she stepped in. Ming Yen was indifferent. Cut the crap. Mingyu sighed. The brothel won't force you to sell yourself. You'll just have to show your face occasionally. Not long after, Huanyang entered Ming Yan's room and stared at Mingyu with an ugly expression. Did you find Lan Si or Lu Yin? When Ming Yan heard Huanyang's words, she suddenly turned around and stared at Mingyu. Lu Yin? Mingyu was pleased. Of course it's Lu Yin. Huanyang frowned. He agreed to marry you? Mingyu nodded. That's right. Ming Yan stared at Mingyu in disbelief. Huanyang continued. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance and won't be able to return for the rest of his life. Even if he does, he'll be destroyed by the Hall of Honor. You can't rely on him. Mingyu replied, regardless of whether or not he'll be able to return, Lu Yin has already agreed to marry me. I've already told Lan Si and Xiao Bai of Eternal Sky Island. They'll pass on the message to Lu Yin's people. Go ask young Master Tian if he dares to touch me now that I'm Lu Yin's widow. Huanyang's gaze turned cold and she stared at Mingyu with unwillingness. The brothel's biggest goal was to be kind to others and not offend anyone. They also wanted to rope in anyone who was worth roping in. Lu Yin was very important to the brothel, But it wasn't because he had unified the Outerverse. If he wanted to, any power in the Neoverse could cause the unified Outerverse to collapse again. The brothel valued Lu Yin because he was backed by Eternal Sky Island and the Hall of Honor's Master Yuan. These two powers were extremely terrifying, and the brothel would not offend them unless it was absolutely necessary. Mingyu was now Lu Yin's widow, and if young Master Tian dared to touch her, it would be the same as slapping Eternal Sky Island and Master Yuan in the face. If Big Boss found out, he would definitely be skinned alive, and as Huanyang, her fate would also be extremely miserable. Huanyang was unwilling to accept this as she wanted to rely on young Master Tian. Once she did, her future would be guaranteed. However, Mingyu was too smart and she should not have been allowed to enter the mountain and sea realm. She did not doubt Mingyu's words, as it was very easy for a courtesan to marry someone. Mingyu was pleased, as this was the effect she had wanted. She had entered the mountain and sea realm precisely for this moment. Young Master Tian had been eyeing her covetously, and she needed to rely on someone who could instill fear in the brothel to protect herself. After entering the mountain and sea realm, she had not met anyone until she met Lu Yin and Lan Si. This was why she had purposely approached them. She wanted to make sure that young Master Tian would not dare to touch her. She had not only relied on her looks to become a courtesan, but also her brains. Young Master Tian will send someone to verify the authenticity of this matter. Mingyu, you're really smart. Huanyang was unwilling to accept this, but she still went against her will and forced a smile. Mingyu could not be bothered with her. Huanyang looked at Mingyan strangely. Are you not feeling well, Yenyu? Mingyan was still immersed in Mingyu's words, and she completely ignored Huanyang. Huanyang was furious, but she could not vent her anger in front of these two. Right, she could hand this woman over to young Master Tian. At worst, she could just let Mingyu continue to be a courtesan. With this thought, Huanyang's smile grew even wider. She glanced at Mingyan and then at Mingyu before walking out of the room. Mingyu, teach Yenyu well. She's going to take over your position. Mingyu relaxed, as it seemed that her innocence had been preserved for the time being. Did you just say that Lu Yin agreed to marry you? Mingyan asked Mingyu, trying her best not to reveal her emotions. Mingyu nodded. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Was Lu Yin captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? Mingyan asked again. Mingyu was confused. Are you that concerned about Lu Yin? Mingyan was indifferent. I've heard of him. I'm from the Outerverse. Mingyu understood. Right, you're from the Outerverse. That's right, he was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Mingyan clenched her fists and turned to look outside. Her body trembled slightly as if she was suppressing something. Mingyu was no longer in the mood to speak with Mingyan, as she still had to think of a way to make up for this lie. Think about it carefully. She then walked out of the room. After Mingyu left, Mingyan could no longer hold it in. She squatted down and wept silently. Her hair turned white and then black, and the intense heartache made it difficult for her to breathe. When faced with the fact that Lu Yin had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, even if Mingyu had said that Lu Yin had agreed to marry her, it wouldn't have been such a huge blow to Mingyan. Furthermore, she didn't believe that Lu Yin would agree to marry Mingyu so quickly. After a long time, she finally recovered and relaxed her clenched fists. Blood dripped from her palms onto the ground, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Brother Lu Yener will definitely avenge you. Yener swears that she will. Chapter 1153. News that Lu Yin had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, but it didn't cause much of a stir in the Neoverse. After all, this was Lu Yin's first time in the Neoverse. Only the Long Sky Island and the Sirius sect were affected. However, when this news spread to Universe Ocean, it was bound to cause a stir. In a room in the brothel, young Master Tian was lying down comfortably with a charming woman serving him. As he listened to Huanyang's report, Tian Shao suppressed his anger, but then he suddenly thought of something. The Outerverse, the Outerverse. Since he's gone, then there's no one in the Outerverse who cares about the Outerverse. Ah, the heavens are helping me. I really have to thank the Neo-Human Alliance. Ah. Hearing this, Huanyang's face turned pale. Once this kind of words spread out, even if it was just a joke, it was enough to implicate her. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin's body trembled as he absorbed the first strand of death qi. He stopped reciting the Stonewall scriptures and looked at his hands with a dazed expression. Then he continued to absorb the aura of death. Not long after, he stopped again. His eyes were still blank, but there was a strange and expectant look in them. As if to verify something, he continued to absorb the aura of death. In the distance, the Corpse King roared as its white eyes stared at Lu Yin. It was getting closer and closer to Lu Yin, and even though it was far away, Lu Yin could hear its rapid breathing. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked over, meeting Bai Yunfei's gaze. The white eyes came from a Corpse King. No, it could be someone who absorbed death energy or someone who transformed into a Corpse King after absorbing death energy. In any case, it wasn't strange for anything to appear here. Lu Yin's gaze caused the pair of white eyes to retreat. They could sense how terrifying Lu Yin was, and they didn't dare to approach him. Lu Yin could also sense that the owner of those eyes was at least a hunter. For a hunter to be able to reach this place meant that he or she had been successfully transformed by the death energy and then transformed by a Corpse King. He or she was one of the more successful experimental subjects that Silver had mentioned, and only such experimental subjects could reach this place. The white eyes disappeared into the distance. Lu Yin continued to absorb the aura of death. Every once in a while he would open his eyes. His gaze changed from the initial confusion to anticipation, and then to apprehension and uneasiness. The complex emotions were vividly reflected in his eyes. This uneasiness didn't stop until a new member joined. Silver arrived with a new experimental subject, which was a man who had reached the hunter realm. The man had come willingly, and he excitedly looked at the aura of death. Lu Yin had overheard their conversation, and he knew that the man had come from the Cosmic Sea and was a member of a battle group. He had been abandoned by that battle group, and he had unintentionally encountered the Neo-Human Alliance. The man had willingly joined the Neo-Human Alliance in an attempt to obtain great power to take revenge on that battle group. Death Chi seemed to be a shortcut for the man to increase his strength. He could not wait to absorb the Death Chi. Silver looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "Captain, there's no need to stall for time. Nobody can save you." With that he left. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who was absorbing the death energy. The man absorbed the aura of death very quickly without stopping for even a moment. In just half a day his entire person changed. He became crazy, filled with the desire to vent and fight. His hands clawed at his skin and his pupils turned from normal to half-white. He roared and screamed as if he had gone mad. Finally, with a bang, he self-destructed, his flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. He had failed. Silver quickly arrived. What a pity. A good chess piece for the Cosmic Sea is gone just like that. He then looked at Lu Yin. "I hope you succeed, Captain." After Silver left, Lu Yin's expression turned strange. Even though that man had been absorbing the aura of death at a rapid pace, he hadn't absorbed as much as Lu Yin had. Silver had assumed that he had been absorbing the aura of death bit by bit, which was why there hadn't been any changes. Why hadn't Lu Yin changed at all? No, there had been a change. That was because the aura of death had entered his body. It was similar to star energy and it was replacing star energy. This was strange. Could death energy and star energy be replaced by two different types of energy? The Spectre clan also relied on absorbing death energy to cultivate. Then was Lu Yin one of them? Otherwise, how could he explain why there hadn't been any changes after the aura of death had entered his body? Death energy should have been very tyrannical to normal people, and it should have been similar to poison. However, it was very gentle when it entered Lu Yin's body, and it even made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he had found the source of his strength. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. This time, Lu Yin's absorption of the aura of death had increased significantly, and he had even attracted the aura of death around him. However, when the aura of death entered his body, he still felt very comfortable, so comfortable that he started to panic. The aura of death entering his body made him feel pain, but he could still accept it since it was normal. However, it was very comfortable. This was strange and it made his hair stand on end. He even suspected that he wasn't human. No, the Spectre clan was also human, but their cultivation methods were different. What was going on with him? He recalled everything that had happened in the past, and he recalled how he had suppressed Faceless at the Sea King's dome, causing Faceless to think that he was a high-ranking member of the Spectre clan. Not only could he suppress the aura of death, but he could also absorb it. Lu Yin was at a loss as he didn't know what was going on with his body. The only explanation was the arcane art of life and death. He had once been a dead person and he had died 3 times. He had died once on Drift Charge Planet, a second time after leaving Drift Charge Planet, and a third time in the Technocracy. Was he a dead person, which was why he could absorb death energy? That seemed to be the only explanation. Dead people naturally use death energy as their cultivation source, and Lu Yin sensed that death energy was much faster than star energy. He had only broken through to the 8th cycle of becoming a cruiser back in the Sirius sect, but during this period of cultivation he had absorbed hundreds of thousands of star essence. He might be able to use this death energy to break through to the 9th cycle of becoming a cruiser or even a hunter. If his guess was correct, then there was a problem. It was time to act. He suddenly realized that he had been acting ever since he had entered the Neoverse. He had wanted to act in the Sirius sect to learn the Sirius technique, but now that he was here he had to act as if he had been affected by the aura of death. Lu Yin gulped as he recalled the scene of that man going berserk. It was time to begin. Bang! Bang! The ground shook. In the distance, Silver appeared, and beside him was the divine witch spirit doll and the ghost monkey, who had turned into a shadow on the ground. The little guy is starting. If he doesn't absorb the aura of death, he'll have to forcefully absorb it. The divine witch spirit doll cackled. Silver's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. Goodbye, Captain. On the ground, Ghost Monkey looked into the distance with a strange expression. If there was anyone who understood Lu Yin the most, it would not be Ming Yen, Wendy Yushan, or even Big Sis. Ghost Monkey had interacted with Lu Yin for 10 years, and he understood Lu Yin's actions all too well. He was absolutely certain that Lu Yin was putting on an act. 7th bro, your acting is too bad. The monkey panicked and he was afraid that Lu Yin's act would be discovered. He hurriedly said, My lord, this lowly one would like to pay his respects to the great eternal kingdom and your supreme inheritance, the Dark Tower. The shaman's spirit child looked at the monkey and was quite satisfied with his words. The words great and supreme were exactly what he meant. All right, go ahead. My lord, this lowly one would like to request that my lord bestow power upon me. The monkey spoke up again, attracting the attention of the divine witch spirit and Silver. The divine witch spirit doll replied, You need to absorb blood to increase your strength. You're just a mere explorer, yet you can absorb the blood of a progenitor. How mysterious. Let's go and let this god study you. The monkey was horrified and he looked at Lu Yin helplessly. 7th bro, this is all I can do to help you. Let's just go our separate ways. Mighty supreme witch spirit god, you are the symbol of the gods. This lowly one wishes to crawl at your feet and be a shadow so that I can always pay my respects to your glory. Almighty supreme. Silver watched the witch spirit god leave and then looked back at Lu Yin. His lips curled up and he turned to leave as well. The Eternal Kingdom's underground was always dark. Lu Yin silently calculated the time. He had been here for a month and during this time he had absorbed a boundless amount of death energy. His mind had not been affected and acting had been rather tiring. However, the most troublesome part was that his eyes could not change. Absorbing death energy would cause one's eyes to change. That man had only absorbed a little bit of death energy before his eyes turned half white. This was the unique pupil of the Spectre clan. Lu Yin had absorbed so much death energy, but his eyes had not changed at all. This was not something that could be faked, but he could not fake it. The Spectre clan's pupils turning white could affect their opponent's mind. He had experienced it before and it could not be faked. Then what should he do? Lu Yin was vexed and he had even slowed down his absorption of death energy, causing Silver to come again. He had no choice but to continue absorbing death energy. This absorbed death energy replaced the star energy in his body as it circulated through his body. Above the Explorer realm, one absorbed star energy for cultivation and to increase one's strength, but also to prevent exhaustion. He did not know if the death energy could prevent him from exhaustion, but it should be able to. Right now he was treating himself like a dead person. Soon another month passed. Lu Yin absorbed a large amount of death energy every day and one day he could no longer control it and broke through. He was helpless as he did not want to break through. However, with Silver around and with him pretending to have gone crazy from the death energy, he had to absorb even more of it. This allowed him to break through to become a 9-cycle cruiser. He really did not want to break through, but the effects of death energy on his cultivation were much better than star energy. They were not of the same quality and he was able to break through after just 2 months of absorbing death energy. Furthermore, he did not feel uncomfortable at all, as the death energy was like air to him. Sometimes he wondered if Silver and the other Spectre clan members would be angered to death if they found out about this. He was sure that his absorption of death energy was much faster than theirs, or else Silver would have reached a higher cultivation realm long ago instead of just breaking through to become an enlighter. It was a little infuriating if the Spectre clan members found out. Could he be a Spectre clan member? Lu Yin was most worried that this guess would be true as he had lost his memories. Even if he was a Spectre clan member, he was still their ancestor. Although breaking through to become a 9-cycle cruiser did not cause much of a commotion, it still shook the entire Eternal Kingdom. Most people would first have to undergo a transformation after absorbing death energy, which would take a long time before they could adapt to the death energy. Nobody had broken through in just 2 months like Lu Yin had. Chapter 1154. Lu Yin was panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with a black deathly aura as he growled uneasily. In front of him, Silver frowned and looked at him strangely. The sorcerer god was there as well. "How is it? Have you figured out the reason?" the sorcerer god asked. Silver shook his head. "Should we invite the clan leader out?" The sorcerer god replied, "No need. They have more important research to do. This brat should have succeeded, right?" Silver sized up Lu Yin, who suddenly looked up and roared at him. Silver's eyes flashed and he raised a hand to press down on Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin quieted down. Silver frowned as he had suppressed Lu Yin with the deathly aura. The result was expected, but he still felt that something was off. Lu Yin did not have the same sense of control that he had when he had suppressed the other specters, but he had definitely suppressed Lu Yin. He could sense that the deathly aura within Lu Yin's body had gone dormant. Silver did not believe that Lu Yin could control the deathly aura on his own, as even the specters would not be able to do so quickly. But what was this strange feeling? Silver then stared at Lu Yin's eyes, which had not turned white. This was the most puzzling thing to him. When a normal person absorbed deathly aura, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, their eyes would change color. But what was going on? Lu Yin's eyes were emitting deathly aura, but they had not turned white. This was strange. How is it? Can he undergo the second stage of body modification? The sorcerer god asked. Silver respectfully replied. His eyes have not changed. It's best not to undergo the Corpse King transformation, or there might be irreversible consequences. The sorcerer god was dissatisfied. Your Spectre clan's deathly aura has never been wrong. Silver said, My lord, you want to obtain the most perfect weapon. This person is not perfect yet, so we can only wait for his eyes to change color. Even if they turn white, he can undergo the Corpse King transformation. The sorcerer god snorted. Then show me the results. Silver nodded and snapped his fingers. In the distance, a figure that had been crouching on the ground stood up. Lu Yin pretended to be crazy, but his eyes were filled with deathly aura. He saw the figure through the aura, and it was the ghoul that had fought against Yuhua and Mavis in the Mountain and Sea realm. It could display the third transformation and was invincible for a time. Even Xianxia had almost been captured by it, and even though she had failed, she had still been injured by its claw. To the current of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, this ghoul was truly invincible. He was strong enough to compete with Patriarch Qin. Attack! Silver's voice was ice-cold and his curled lips looked chilling. The ghoul growled and its scarlet eyes suddenly turned gray. This was the first Corpse King transformation, and it charged towards Lu Yin with a claw. Lu Yin didn't even move, allowing the zombie's claw to land on his shoulder and smash him into the ground. He endured the pain and growled as he leapt to his feet, death energy surging from his body as he charged towards the zombie. He raised a hand and swatted out with his claw, sending the zombie flying back 100 meters before crashing into the ground. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up and he charged at the ghoul once more. Black death chi wrapped around his skin as he stomped down. Corpse Ghost's eyes turned green as it reached its second transformation. It punched out and collided with Lu Yin's right foot, sending him flying. It then leapt up and punched out again. Lu Yin absorbed all of the black deathly aura into his body and punched out as well. Bang! The intense collision caused the ground to tremble as the death energy and Corpse King transformation clashed, causing many of the Corpse Kings to roar. Corpse Ghost had not transformed into a Corpse King, so its physical strength could not compare to Lu Yin's. It had been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yin after its gray eyes transformation, but now that it was green, Lu Yin would not be able to withstand it even if he used his 9-lined battle force. This was the power of death energy. However, when Corpse Ghost's third transformation appeared, Lu Yin was sent flying with a single punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ground. Corpse Ghost wanted to continue attacking, but it was stopped by Silver. Silver looked at the divine shaman spirit. The spirit was satisfied. Not bad. With a normal body and death energy, he can resist a second transformation Corpse King, and an enlighter at that. He truly deserves to be called a perfect weapon. Even the Mavis family's Tree Heart's descendant wouldn't be much stronger after being transformed by death energy. Silver smiled. The descendant of the Mavis family's Tree Heart is an enlighter. I believe that once Lu Yin becomes a hunter, he'll definitely be able to resist Corpse Ghost with his death energy. He'll surpass the Mavis family's descendant and even surpass the prime clear lineage. The spirit let out a strange laugh and left the ground. He's only a hunter, but he can do that? Interesting. Continue to let him absorb death energy and turn him into a perfect weapon. Once he regains his senses, make him hand over the secret technique. Yes, my lord, Silver replied respectfully. After watching the spirit depart, Silver looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin lay on the ground and let out a low growl. Silver looked down at him from above. Try to absorb as much death energy as possible and break through to the hunter realm as soon as possible. Then you might be able to face off against a third transformation Corpse Ghost. I'll also have another weapon, and I'll be more confident in my expedition to Progenitor Chen's tomb. Captain, you have to work hard. He then left with Corpse Ghost, but before he left he had Corpse Ghost throw Lu Yin to the side of the pit where death energy was surging out. After Silver and the rest left, Lu Yin stood up and let out an unconscious roar while cursing under his breath. It was too painful. Corpse Ghost's attacks were terrifying and he had been forced to face them head-on. Fortunately, he had become a cruiser who had gone through his 9th cycle and had the support of death energy. Otherwise, a second transformation Corpse Ghost would have beaten him to a pulp, let alone a third transformation Corpse Ghost, which would have been enough to cripple him. His surroundings were pitch black and filled with dense death energy. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Silver had mentioned something about Progenitor Chen's tomb. Wasn't that guarded by the 7 courts? Could he go there as well? Right before coming to the Neoverse, Ku Wei had told Lu Yin to accompany him to his family after the Star Tower contest and enter Progenitor Chen's tomb together. Did that mean that Progenitor Chen's tomb was about to open? Only the descendants of the 7 courts could enter, and if the Neo-Human Alliance could, it meant that they had some tricks up their sleeves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He could go there as well. Only by leaving the Eternal Kingdom would he have any hope of escaping, and Progenitor Chen's tomb was his only hope. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked at the death energy all around him. If he could follow Silver to Progenitor Chen's tomb, then he would have a chance of escaping. That also meant that he would not be able to come into contact with death energy in the future. Lu Yin was rather reluctant to lose this comfortable power. Since that was the case, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb as much death energy as he could. While Lu Yin was madly absorbing death energy in the Eternal Kingdom to increase his strength in the outside world, the Outerverse finally received news that he had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance was in chaos and the Great Yu Empire was grieving. Everyone gathered in front of Lu Yin's statue to pay their respects. Being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance meant that even if he did not die, he would become a corpse king. This meant that Lu Yin was completely gone. Countless people were stunned by this news. Before anyone could react, another piece of news arrived. The Hall of Honor had ordered that the Great Eastern Alliance return the Astral River Arc to connect the Innerverse and Outerverse. At the same time, the Great Eastern Alliance would be temporarily overseen by Bulao to stabilize the Outerverse. In the Outerverse, on Xenu Star in the Great Yu Empire, the Imperial Cabinet, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, and Wei Rong were all gathered together in an intense discussion. The Hall of Honor is sending someone to take over the Royal Regent right after he was captured. This is too much. With the Royal Regent's abilities, it's not impossible for him to return. Let's contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons and request that they wait for the Royal Regent. Contact Yi Crafty first. He's an enlighter that the Royal Regent left behind to protect Xenu Star. Only he has the ability to contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons. There's also the Lon family. Didn't Lon C participate in the Star Tower contest? Ask him to speak up. The 10 arbiters can also directly contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons. Lu Yin's capture sent the entire Outerverse into chaos. In Grand Top Weave, Tianming was apprehensive. He had only been able to control the 9-stack sect because of Lu Yin's support. Now that Lu Yin was gone, what right did he have to control the 9-stack sect? When news of Lu Yin being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, Tianming could clearly sense that some of the 9-stack sect's experts were looking at him differently. In Lars Weave, the Six-Fingered Tribe's leader, Bok Shamus, felt conflicted. He had originally joined the Great Eastern Alliance to deal with the Wei family, but now that the Wei family had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, their relationship as old enemies had disappeared. Now, even if the Great Eastern Alliance was divided, the Wei family did not have the ability to resist them. Bok Shamus did not know what he was thinking. Did he want Lu Yin to return? Or did he not want Lu Yin to return? No, he definitely would not return. Since he could not return, the Six-Fingered Tribe did not need to listen to anyone else's orders. It was impossible for the Hall of Honor to order them around. Bok Shamus was not the only one who thought this way. The various powers that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, including Green Peak Gorge, the Vast Earth Sect, Even Ground Palace, Timal Palace, the Dark Phoenix Tribe, and so on, were all unwilling to be supervised by a stranger. Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse because the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated and because he had used various methods. What right did the others have? This result was within the Hall of Honor's expectations. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the Innerverse did not wish for the Outerverse to be unified. Even if the Hall of Honor wanted to, they would not be able to do so. A unified Outerverse would not benefit the Innerverse. The Hall of Honor was naturally aware of this situation, which was why news of Bu Lao's identity quickly spread. He was one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. On the surface, the 9 directors had the highest authority in the Hall of Honor, and they had the power to judge and make decisions. Although the 9 directors were not very powerful, they had great authority, and they could even influence powerful organizations like the Interstellar Arbitration Center and the Lockbreaker Society to a certain extent. As one of the 9 directors, Bu Lao's status could be considered to be at the peak of the human domain. Such a person wanted to supervise the Great Eastern Alliance, which made the Outerverse powers that had originally planned to withdraw tremble. All of them wanted to withdraw, but not a single one dared to show themselves. News of Bu Lao's identity had spread at this time, and it was obvious that the Hall of Honor had issued a warning. Any power that dared to show themselves would most likely be destroyed in the next moment. At this moment, even the Innerverse did not dare to play any tricks. As for the competition between the 5 prodigies of the stars, it had long since faded away following the Neoverse transformation. The mountain and sea realm was no more, and there would no longer be any 5 prodigies of the stars in the future. Chapter 1155. On Everlasting Sky Island, Haizid Shinwei's gadget beeped rapidly. He sighed and accepted the call. A screen appeared in front of him, and on the screen was Haizid Lian. "Senior brother, what's wrong with little Ian? Why didn't you protect him well?" Haizid Lian roared, his eyes bloodshot. Haizid Shinwei was helpless. "I'm sorry, junior brother. Everything happened too suddenly, and no one knew that the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods would act." Haizid Lian roared angrily. "Then why are those geniuses of the Hall of Honor unharmed? Why are the others fine? Only little Ian was captured?" Haizid Shinwei shook his head. "I don't know. The only person the Neo-Human Alliance managed to capture was little Ian, and it was the witch spirit god who personally took action. Under those circumstances, even Master might not have been able to save him." Ryan panted heavily as he ascended. He held his tyrant blade tightly, and his emotions were unstable. After a while, Haizid Lian said in a low voice, "I believe that little Ian will return. His destiny is very high, and it won't end just like this." Haizid Shinwei opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. "Old man Bu wants to take over little Ian? Impossible. Senior apprentice brother, Everlasting Sky Island cannot remain silent on this matter," said Haizid Lian sternly. Haizid Shinwei nodded. "Don't worry, Master will personally oversee this matter. Nothing will happen to little Yin's Great U Empire, and he won't be monitored by anyone." "What about the Great Eastern Alliance? Junior brother, you should be clear that since the Outerverse has been unified, the meaning behind it has changed. Little Ian isn't around, so someone has to unify the Great Eastern Alliance." Otherwise, if the outerverse splits again, it will never be unified again. That's all thanks to Little Een. We know, and so does Master. Besides, Little Een still has Master Yuan behind him. You should be clear about Master Yuan's status in the Hall of Honor, and no one can touch Little Yin's benefits. If he comes back alive, then Everlasting Island will definitely fight for everything that he deserves. But since things have already turned out this way, then we have to accept reality. All we can do is protect the people that he treasures. The Hall of Honor isn't trying to steal anything from him, but rather for the sake of the outerverse stability, we have to do something. Heizij Lian was not being unreasonable. Lu Yin was no longer around, but the outerverse still existed. It was reasonable for the Hall of Honor to send someone to monitor the outerverse, but he could not accept it being done so quickly. Master, let's wait for Little Een for a while. If he returns during this time, the Hall of Honor will not only give him everything he deserves, but will also return the Great Eastern Alliance to him, Heizij Lian said in a low voice. Xianxia Shenwei replied, I don't need you to tell me that. If Little Een can return, then forget about the old man. Even if the 9 council members all came forward, it would still be useless. The Neoverse cannot interfere with the Outerverse affairs, and my Everlasting Island will definitely stand on his side. Master can also promise to teach him all of Everlasting Island's battle techniques and even secret techniques. Everlasting Sky Island felt a deep sense of guilt towards Lu Een, as they had long since known about the Mountain and Sea Realms situation. The Mountain and Sea Realms' 5 astral children had originally been used to attract the Neo-Human Alliance's attention, but who would have thought that the Neo-Human Alliance would actually capture Lu Een? Heizij Shenwei did not know how to explain this to Heizij Lian, as no promise was worth more than a life. Besides, the Neo-Human Alliance had not gone to such great lengths to capture Lu Een just to kill him. Otherwise, they would have been able to do so in the Mountain and Sea Realm. It would have been fine if Lu Een did not return, but once he did, Heizij Shenwei did not know how the Hall of Honor and the other powers would react. Heizij Lian disconnected the call, as forcing Everlasting Sky Island to make their stance clear was the only thing he could do. Only then would the Hall of Honor have any misgivings. Little Een had to come back. In the Neoverse, in a brothel, young Master Tian laughed as he looked at his gadget. Although it's just a wildland, with this experience, it'll be enough for me to reach a higher position in the future. He was the grandson of the Old Man, one of the 9 council members of the Hall of Honor. The Old Man supervised the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance, and young Master Tian accompanied the Old Man in an official capacity. Everyone knew that this was just gilding, but as long as he did not make any mistakes, he would be qualified to take over one of the 9 council members in the future. What excited young Master Tian even more was that he would be recorded in the annals of history. The Outerverse had never been unified, and Lu Een was the first person in history to do so. However, he had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, and everyone knew that he would not die so easily. Young Master Tian actually hoped that Lu Een would come out alive and become a zombie. If that happened, young Master Tian's reputation in history would be completely ruined. His grandfather, the Old Man, would be the greatest contributor to the unification of the Outerverse, and young Master Tian would inherit this honor and step into the highest echelons of the Hall of Honor, as well as the highest echelons of the human domain. Young Master Tian was very grateful to Lu Een, and his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Without Lu Een, young Master Tian would not have had the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Don't worry, I'll preserve everything about you well. Although we've never met, I'll remember your contributions to me, young Master Tian muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the Outerverse. That place seemed like a wildland, but it was where he had begun to reach the pinnacle of his life. The Hui ancestor had schemed for eternity, and he had arranged to protect the 5th mainland. The Outerverse and Innerverse had been connected due to the interference of the Hall of Honor, and a calamity had befallen the 6th mainland. A series of major events had occurred in such a short period of time, and no one knew exactly how they would affect the human race. Even the Starsabil sect did not have the ability to divine the Hui ancestors' plans. Amidst this grand era, a small episode had occurred on Earth. Earth was where Lu Een had first embarked on the path of cultivation. More than 10 years had passed since the apocalypse, and it should have been expropriated by the Great Yu Empire and reduced to an ordinary planet. However, because of Lu Een, Earth's fate had changed, and it had become one of the most famous planets in the Outerverse. The major cities on Earth had changed greatly as well, and it was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. Technology and cultivation were equally important. Jinlin was one of the largest cities on Earth, and it was also where Lu Yin had stayed for a long time. Although it had changed greatly, many of the ancient buildings still remained. Compared to the span of the universe's history, Jinlin was not even as old as a single cultivator. However, to the countless people on Earth, the fact that it had been preserved was already a cause for celebration. There was also a statue of Lu Yin in Jinlin. Countless people worshipped the statue every day, and when news of Lu Yin's capture by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, even more people knelt down and prayed for his safety. A young man walked out of a cafe not far from the statue and adjusted his sun hat. He opened his eyes and held a straw in his mouth as he sipped on his drink. He looked around and sighed. So this is the Jinlin of this spacetime? How interesting. I've walked through so many folded spacetimes, but the Jinlin of this spacetime has preserved the ancient buildings quite well. Dad will definitely be happy to see this. After all, he found his great-grandfather in Jinlin. He looked at the countless people kneeling under the scorching sun, and some even fainted. The young man was flabbergasted. So respected? Dad saved the entire Earth back then, but no one respects him this much. He sure knows how to play. The young man's words were overheard by a few burly men who happened to be passing by. They were furious and surrounded the young man. Kid, what did you just say? The young man thought about it and was at a loss. I forgot. Give me a hint. One of the men stepped forward and glared at the young man. You said he knows how to play. Is this how you worship Prince Lu? The young man blinked. I didn't worship him. The burly man was furious. You bastard, are you from Earth? The young man nodded obediently. Since you're from Earth, why don't you know how to be grateful? If not for Prince Lu, we would have become slaves of the universe, and cultivators would have been thrown into the battlefield as cannon fodder. Do you know that? Do you think you can still live on Earth? Do you think you can still leisurely drink? The man bellowed. The more they understood the universe, the more grateful they were to Lu Yin. Only by experiencing the darkness could they understand how much light Lu Yin had given them. The commotion attracted many onlookers. The burly man glared at the young man. What's your name, you brat? Where are you from? What did your elders teach you? Do you know how to respect people? Do you know how to be grateful? Someone immediately agreed. Find his family, tie them up, and make them kneel in front of Prince Lu's statue. Tie them up. Tie them up. Tie them up. The young man saw that the people around him were getting closer and closer, and all of them were glaring at him fiercely. He laughed dryly, took a deep breath, and finished his drink. He raised his hand and waved goodbye. Sorry, I don't know much about the history of your spacetime. I'm just chasing a rabbit that can make lightning. Sorry. After saying that, he disappeared, leaving behind an empty drink bottle that fell to the ground with a soft sound. The onlookers looked on in confusion, but they couldn't find any trace of the young man. They were all very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do about it. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, next to the deepest pit filled with death energy, Lu Yin absorbed a large amount of it. Every once in a while he would stop to sense it, but he found that it didn't affect him much. He even had some hope of breaking through to the Hunter realm. But one day, perhaps because he had absorbed too much death energy, Lu Yin finally felt that something wasn't right. Scenes of slaughter flashed through his mind, and he saw Puyu, Feng Mo, and Night King Jinwu. He saw his former enemies being killed one by one, and his heart was filled with boundless joy. Suddenly Lu Yin opened his eyes. Something wasn't right. The death energy was starting to affect him. He immediately stopped absorbing death energy, but for some reason he couldn't. Even though he wasn't deliberately absorbing it, the death energy seemed to form a cycle that flowed through his body, and he had become part of the cycle. Lu Yin didn't care about the consequences and wanted to leave the pit, but his body couldn't move. The death energy was completely suppressing him, and his body was like a container. Large amounts of death energy flowed through him, and some of it settled down while some gushed out again before continuing the cycle. Lu Yin's heart sank and his entire body turned cold. It was over. Silver was very cautious. Although Lu Yin seemed to have been transformed by the death energy, his pupils didn't change like those of the Spectre clan. As a precaution, Silver had directly tossed Lu Yin next to the pit. Even a Spectre clan member wouldn't be able to withstand large amounts of death energy next to the pit. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin had been successfully transformed by the death energy, The moment he absorbed large amounts of death energy next to the pit, he would succeed even if he hadn't. Chapter 1156. Lu Yin had only cultivated for 12 years, but he had already reached his current level. It was a miracle in and of itself, so it wouldn't be strange for him to encounter more opportunities. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Even if he had a way to resist the death energy, it would be impossible for him to do so from the side of the pit. Even an emissary would not be able to do so. Lu Yin panted heavily as more and more scenes of slaughter flashed through his mind. It was as if he was hallucinating as enemies appeared one after another and turned into zombies that surrounded him. He clenched his fists. Scram. Fram. All of you scram. With a roar, Lu Yin waved his hand and attacked the void. The death energy left behind an empty space, but it quickly filled up again. Lu Yin half knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling. He had absorbed too much death energy and he felt like he was losing control. A few more days passed and a large amount of death energy had settled in Lu Yin's body, almost filling up the star energy he needed to break through to the hunter realm. The amount of death energy he had absorbed here was more than 10 times that of the previous location, and he had already reached the amount he needed to break through to the hunter realm. However, his consciousness was gradually fading away and even reciting the Stonewall scriptures was useless. Death energy was not spiritual force, and the Stonewall scriptures could not help him. Lu Yin had seen too much, and he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures in his mind as he tried his best to maintain a bit of consciousness. It would be great if he could circulate the arcane art of life and death. If the death energy was truly ineffective against him because of the arcane art of life and death, then would it be able to dissolve the death energy? No, the arcane art of life and death might be able to absorb more death energy. Lu Yin subconsciously thought about it, but he did not know what he was thinking. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The arcane art of life and death. If the arcane art of life and death absorbed death energy, then could the opposite technique suppress death energy? The arcane art of life and death suppressed a person's recovery potential and put them in a situation where they were certain to die. This was why no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for countless years, but anyone who succeeded would experience a massive increase in their strength. Lu Yin knew the opposite technique, and that was the day-night restoration technique. The day-night restoration technique increased a person's potential and limitlessly increased their recovery abilities. The first time he had encountered Zhanlong Day-Night's day-night restoration technique on Shenwu continent, he had felt suppressed because the two techniques were complete opposites. The day-night restoration technique was a powerful technique from the day-night clan, and it had instilled fear in its name. It was famous throughout the universe, and although it was suppressed by the arcane art of life and death energy. Coincidentally, when Lu Yin had stolen Night King Zhenwu's inheritance stone, he had learned the day-night restoration technique after entering the inheritance corridor. At that time he had thought that if he cultivated the mystic art of life and death and then cultivated the day-night restoration technique, it would be equivalent to eating poison. Now it was time to eat poison. If his guess was correct, then the death chi was beneficial to him because of the mysterious art of life and death. In that case, the white night restoration art might have the effect of resisting the death chi. If he allowed the death aura to transform him, then he really would become a weapon of the Neo-Human Alliance. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape from progenitor Chen's tomb. Of course, cultivating the white night restoration technique could also make him miserable, but since he had already reached this step, he could only choose to cultivate. The day-night restoration technique was not easy to cultivate, or else Zhanlong Day-Night would not have been the only one who had learned it. As a member of the Day-Night clan, Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to suppress Night Queen Yanqing just because he had learned the technique. Lu Yin took a deep breath. As of now, as long as it was not a progenitor battle technique, he could quickly master it. Not long after, he successfully activated the day-night restoration technique. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. The moment the day-night restoration technique was activated, the deathly aura in his body boiled as if it had encountered a strong enemy. Endless deathly aura roared and tried to suppress the day-night restoration technique. If Lu Yin had lost consciousness, the technique would have quickly been suppressed and completely disappeared. However, he still retained a bit of consciousness, and he used the remaining star energy in his body to forcefully activate the day-night restoration technique to resist the death energy in his body. Suddenly, the cycle of death energy in the outside world was cut off and he was no longer part of the cycle. The endless death energy no longer entered his body, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. It had worked. He had to hold on until Silver brought him to Progenitor Chen's tomb. Lu Yin was very grateful to Night King Zhenwu. If not for his inheritance stone, he would not have been able to learn the day-night restoration technique, and he might have been reduced to a weapon of the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin did not know how the monkey was doing, as it had actually been born from progenitor Wuxiang's shadow. It was no wonder why it could absorb progenitor blood. It had broken through to the hunter realm right after absorbing progenitor blood. Was it that easy to advance in realms? That was impossible, and it was a little shocking. The monkey should have been a powerhouse in the past, but its memories were in chaos and had lost them just like Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how the 5 Scions of the Stars were doing. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the mountain and sea realm, and the golden screen had swept everyone away. Why hadn't it swept Silver away? What a pity. This place was a little cold, and he did not know if there were any extra clothes. He also did not know if he would run into any familiar faces. It would be best if he did not, as he might end up killing someone. Lu Yin's thoughts were all over the place as he circulated the day-night restoration technique. He had to think about all sorts of things as he was afraid that his consciousness would scatter. Once that happened, he would be finished. He had never thought that the day-night restoration technique, which he had once thought to be a poison, would become the only technique that could save him. The universe was too interesting, and he remembered reading many books when he had been a librarian on Earth. There was a saying that went, "The Tao of Heaven is a cycle." Could this be the case? Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had returned to Earth. If he could leave this place alive, he would bring Mingyan with him. It was time to marry her, and then would he have a boy or a girl? This was a question worth considering. If it was a boy, Lu Yin's looks would be average. If it was a girl, it would be fine if she looked like Yen. However, Yen was too beautiful, and Lu Yin could not bear to marry off his daughter. How about a boy and a girl? He had heard that only a blessed person could give birth to a boy and a girl. That was not right. Lu Yin had such a long lifespan that he could even give birth to 10 boys and 10 girls, let alone 1 boy and 1 girl. That was not right either. If he wanted to give birth to a child, it should be at night. The one who would appear at night was the white-haired Yenna, and that Yenna would not be easy to deal with. Would she bite? Lu Yin did not know what he was thinking, but it was very strange. His consciousness was not scattered, but he could not control it either. As for the day-night restoration technique, it was constantly circulating to resist the death qi. His half-scattered consciousness had caused him to lose track of time, and he did not know how much time had passed when he heard footsteps behind him. He suddenly woke up and subconsciously pretended to be unconscious as he let out a low growl. Silver appeared beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yin immediately suppressed the death qi in his body. Silver slowly walked in front of Lu Yin and looked into his eyes. A single glance caused Lu Yin's heart to go cold. Lu Yin's eyes had turned pitch black, as if they were black holes that could absorb light. Silver frowned as he had never seen such pupils before. How could this be? Lu Yin's consciousness was clear at the moment, and he controlled the death qi to condense in his eyes. However, he did not know that his pupils had already changed, and they had become something that even Silver could not understand. Silver carefully observed Lu Yin, and a butterfly appeared in his right hand. A blade slashed across Lu Yin's arm, leaving behind a scar. Aside from bloodstains, there was also death qi surging out. This was a sign that Lu Yin had absorbed too much death qi. Silver found it strange. After absorbing so much death qi, Lu Yin's pupils had actually become like this. He could not understand it at all. "Captain, you've become so strange that even I don't recognize you anymore. My Spectre clan has never had pupils like yours. Perhaps you've really succeeded in your transformation, or perhaps you're just faking it. But no matter what, I'll take you to Progenitor Chen's tomb and fight for what I want there. If you're just faking it, then I'll admit that you've got some skill," Silver said with a smile. He then moved his fingers and walked towards the surface. Lu Yin followed behind him like a zombie, pretending to be a zombie while also being shocked by the scene in his body. At this moment, a strange thing had appeared in his heart. It was like a fog, but also like a hazy black and white starry sky. He did not know what it was or how it had appeared. Was it related to the arcane art of life and death or the day-night restoration technique? However, he did not have time to think too much about it. He had used his fates and to block that strange thing. He had 3 pieces of fates, and they were located in his heart, his left arm, and his right leg. He had also absorbed Hong Ying's fates, and in the past, it was still a little small. If possible, he would absorb more fates, and in the future he would be able to block this thing better. He did not know who had fates, but no one had used it in the mountain and sea realm. Had it been useless? Or had they not been able to use it in time? Progenitor Chen's tomb was located in the southern border, which was the darkest place in the Neoverse. The 7 courts were gathered there, along with many restless powerhouses from the Neoverse. There was also the burial garden and a large number of Neo-Human Alliance strongholds. There was a saying in the Neoverse: whoever could survive in the southern border would be able to survive in the Neoverse. The southern border was the most chaotic place with many powerhouses. The 7 courts branches were circular in shape, surrounding Progenitor Chen's tomb in the center. No one could bypass the 7 courts and enter the tomb. The 7 courts had been formed because of Progenitor Chen's tomb. Without Progenitor Chen's tomb, the current 7 courts would not exist. Now it was finally time for Progenitor Chen's tomb to open once every century. The successors of the 7 courts had been preparing for this day for a long time. There was a river in the southern border called the Great Underworld River. The raging waves of the Underworld River could corrode anything. The 7 courts Yu family lived in the center of the Great Underworld River. The spacecraft landed outside the Great Underworld River. The Yu family's successor Yu Qin, an elder Yu Ren, arrived at the banks of the Great Underworld River and calmly waited. The Yu family's disciples were standing guard outside the Great Underworld River. In truth, there was no need for them to stand guard, as the Great Underworld River itself was a defense. A small boat slowly sailed through the Great Underworld River. The boatman was an old man, and he slowly rowed the boat while singing an unknown tune. When the boat arrived, Yu Qin and Yu Ren both bowed. "Come on up, children." The boatman kindly smiled as he looked at Yu Qin and Yu Ren. Yu Qin was the Yu family's successor and the most powerful expert of the younger generation. She could be called a child, but Yu Ren had lived for many years and was an envoy-level powerhouse. It was strange for him to be called a child. But whether it was Yu Qin or Yu Ren, they both acted as if it was natural. In front of this old boatman they were all children. Chapter 1157. The strange tune drifted off into the distance until it disappeared from the Great Underworld River. Daughter Yu Qin greets the patriarch. In front of Yu Qin was a tall woman wearing black gauze clothes. She faced the Great Underworld River. "You've worked hard." The woman's voice was graceful and she exuded a mature beauty. However, her face was covered by a veil. He was the patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Kursen. Yu Qin bowed but didn't say anything. "What are your thoughts on this trip to the mountain and sea realm?" Yu Kursen asked. Yu Qin's eyes dimmed. "I'm still too weak. I'm so weak that I can't even touch the highest stage. I've embarrassed the family." Yu Kursen slowly turned to look at Yu Qin. "It's fine. You weren't the first descendant of the Yu family in the first place. It wasn't easy for you to reach this point. Your mission is to live on and pass on the Yu family's legacy." Yu Qin clenched her fists, unwilling to accept this outcome. Yu Kursen sighed. "Did you see your brother?" Yu Qin trembled, but she nodded. "I did." "Is he all right?" Yu Kursen asked hesitantly. Yu Qin bitterly replied, "Mother, are you asking about my brother's condition? He's dead." Yu Kursen suddenly shouted, "He's not dead. The burial garden revived my brother's body, an innate gift. He died a long time ago." Yu Qin couldn't help but shout. Yu Kursen raised her hand and slapped Yu Qin, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yu Qin was already used to this and she immediately stood up again, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yu Kursen immediately regretted it. She opened her mouth to say something but no words came out. "If mother doesn't have any other orders, then I'll take my leave," Yu Qin said coldly. Yu Kursen looked at her deeply, then waved her hand tiredly. "You may leave. Remember, stay safe in Progenitor Chen's tomb." Yu Qin didn't say anything and simply left. After Yu Qin left, Elder Yu Ren arrived. "Patriarch, you're too strict with her." Yu Kursen was indifferent. "If I had shown her that I had high hopes for her, she would have disregarded her life and fought with those top descendants. I've already lost a son and I don't want to lose a daughter as well." Yu Ren sighed and didn't say anything else. "I'm the leader of the Yu family, but I don't know the greatest secret of the Yu family. No one will explain what happened in the mountain and sea realm to me. How sad. Elder, do you know anything?" Yu Kursen asked, a complicated look in her eyes. Yu Ren shook his head. I don't know either. All I know is that the mountain and sea realm exploded, and then everything was isolated by the Hall of Honor. Elder, you must know. Yu Kursen looked at the Great Styx River. She seemed to be able to see the boat. Yu Ren's face paled. Patriarch, don't ask. Elder, you must have his reasons for not saying anything. Yu Kursen coldly snorted. I know. After speaking, she thought for a moment and looked at Yu Ren. Yu Ren knew what she wanted to ask. The successor of the burial garden is Yu Weep. He was originally supposed to be one of the 5 astral children, but he was defeated by Lu Yin, who came from the Outerverse. However, he was rescued by the Hall of Honor in the end. Rest assured, family head. Lu Yin. Yu Kursen's gaze turned cold. Yu Ren replied, yes, Lu Yin. He's an absolute genius who has only cultivated for 12 years, but he's already capable of contending with the strongest of the 5 astral children. If it weren't for the fact that his realm is too low, he might not be any weaker than the 5 astral children. I've heard of this person before. He's so bold to unify the Outerverse, Yu Kursen commented. Yu Ren laughed. Unifying the Outerverse is just a joke. If it weren't for the Outerverse being separated, then not even the Hall of Honor would have been able to do it. But he did it, thought Yu Ku. He was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. The witch spirit god personally took action, Yu Ren said. Yu Kursen's tone was cold. The Neo-Human Alliance actually values him that much. It looks like the next time he appears he'll be the common enemy of all of humanity. The place where the Great Styx River connected to the Great Styx River was called the Land of Spirit Void, and this was where the Ku family resided. Ku Lei returned from the mountain and sea realm and stood in front of Ku Pu, the patriarch of the Ku family. Father, I can't accept this. The competition for the Star Tower was too rushed. If we had gone to Progenitor Chen's tomb first before going to the mountain and sea realm, the results would have been different. Ku Lei shouted. Ku Pu turned around with a stern expression. A loss is a loss. You didn't even manage to climb the mountain, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Ku Lei defended himself. In the past, the competition for the Star Tower was held after Progenitor Chen's tomb opened, but this time, it was held before the tomb opened. This is unfair to us. The Hall of Honor obtained the inheritance long ago, but what about us? If I had gone to Progenitor Chen's tomb first, my strength would have increased by another level, and I would have definitely been able to compete with the prime clear lineage. Ku Pu snorted. It's useless even if you increased your strength by 2 levels. The ancestral chi of the 3 sons is invincible. Calm down for a bit. Progenitor Chen's tomb is about to open, so do your best to break through to the Enlighter realm. Otherwise you won't have any hope of entering that list. Ku Lei was unwilling, but he did not say anything else and simply turned to leave. Ku Pu was helpless. Not too far away from the Land of Spirit Void was a strange region of space that resembled a chessboard. The planets were like chess pieces, and if one could see the entire region they would be able to see a complete chess game. This was the Astral Sift region where the Su family resided. Sujio stared at the chessboard in front of him with a grave expression. He had held a chess piece in his hand for more than 20 hours, but he did not know where to place it. Across from him, the Su family's strategy elder Yen was not in a hurry, and he leisurely sipped his tea. Finally, Sujio made up his mind and placed his piece. Strategy elder Yen shook his head in disappointment. You're still too impatient. Sujio pursed his lips. Father, I've already been thinking about this for 30 hours. So what? Back then I played chess with Elder Yu for hundreds of years. Strategy elder Yen was dissatisfied. Sujio was speechless. I'm still young. Strategy elder Yen laughed. The mountain and sea realms elders have seen something new. Sujio nodded. I'm indeed not at the level of the 5 scions of the Stardust. I don't know how the Innerverse 10 arbiters cultivated the Hall of Honor's method, but they're all monsters. Strategy elder Yen replied, my 7 courts also have powerhouses. Sujio nodded. Xia Juyo. I heard that he cultivated the 9 clones technique. That's strange. How did the Innerverse Starsibyl manage to cultivate it as well? Strategy elder Yen replied, there are some things that you don't need to know too much about. Knowing too much is not good for you. All you need to know is that during this trip to Progenitor Chen's tomb, you need to increase your strength as much as possible. However, staying alive is more important. Sujio replied, I understand. Strategy Elder Yen looked at the chessboard. I heard that the kid called Lu Yi not only knows the Yu secret art, but also our Su family's planned secret art? Sujio replied, I was just about to report this to father. That's right, I don't know where Lu Yin learned our family's secret technique. Father, should we send someone to the Outerverse to investigate? Strategy Elder Yen replied, I've already sent someone, but there's not much hope. He then had a strange expression. An Outerverse cultivator actually learned the planned secret art? How strange. Could it be related to Myriad City's Zhou family? Sujio suddenly asked. Strategy Elder Yen shook his head. Even the Zhou family doesn't know the planned secret art. Moreover, to learn it, one must observe their ancestors' chessboard. That's the most suspicious point. Could there be another chessboard in the Outerverse? Beside the Astral Sift region was a tall mountain that extended from the Glory Realm. People called it Wanxiang Mountain, and the 7 courts Hui family resided there. Wanxiang Mountain was the Hui family's territory, and the most coveted item on the mountain was the Wisdom Root. The Wisdom Root had been created by Ancestor Hui, and the Hui family's inheritance had been passed down from him. They had also learned a secret technique in how to plant the Wisdom Root, but its effects were not as miraculous as Ancestor Hui's. Even so, Wanxiang Mountain's Wisdom Root was still a treasure that countless people coveted. Since ancient times, the Hui family had produced many wise people. Many people guessed that it was related to the Wisdom Root, and the Hui family did not deny it. Hui Santong returned from the mountain and sea realm and stood outside a farm. There was a middle-aged man in the field who was bending over and digging for something. Ah, I found it. Wanxiang Mountain is only so big, so how far can you run? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. His name was Hui Ji, and he was the current leader of the Hui family. Hui Santong looked at the wisdom root in Hui Ji's hand. Congratulations, father. You've caught another wisdom root. Hui Ji glanced at Hui Santong unhappily. You didn't seem to be of much use in this trip to the mountain and sea realm. You were just a passerby. How embarrassing. Hui Santong smiled. When has my Hui family ever produced a barbarian? Fighting isn't the style of the Hui family. Hui Ji laughed. Then tell me, what did you discover? Hui Santong replied, although the Hall of Honor immediately concealed the scene of the mountain and sea realm's explosion. I'm guessing that this was a chess game that had been planned for a long time, and the mastermind was Ancestor Hui. Hui Ji looked at Hui Santong in surprise. Not bad. You're smart now. How did you guess that? Hui Santong smiled. I guessed. That's why I asked you how you guessed it. Hui Santong grinned. It was just a guess. And the basis? Hui Ji was curious. Hui Santong smiled happily. Father, you've already said that I guessed it. This is the basis. Hui Ji was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hui Santong laughed as well. Alright, go back and rest. Progenitor Chen's tomb is about to open. This time I want you to keep an eye on that Xia Juyo from the Xia family. That kid has cultivated the 9 clones technique, and even my Hui family was fooled. Starsabil from the Starsabil sect has also cultivated that technique. There's definitely something strange going on between them. Hui Santong nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said seriously, Father, the 10 arbiters acted strangely during this trip to the mountain and sea realm. One of them is clearly an enlighter, but he hid it from the start and intentionally lost. It should have something to do with Starsabil. The Starsabil sect has invested quite a bit in this competition for the 5 astral children. Hui Ji replied, I know. We'll talk about it later. It's a pity that Lu Yin was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Beside Wanxiang Mountain, there was a piece of land that did not extend from the Glory Realm. Instead, it stood alone in space and was connected to the soil that permeated the heavens. If one looked at it from a distance, they would discover that this piece of land was completely shaped like a blade. It was rumored that Progenitor Chen had cultivated the 9 clones technique, and one of his clones had used a blade as a weapon. The Xia family had been Progenitor Chen's descendants, and they had lived on weapons. Unfortunately, countless years had passed, and even though that blade had turned into land, no one from the Xia family had been able to use it. In the end, it had become the ancestral land of the Xia family. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you.